Shabbat Shalom.
Baruchim, Habayim, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Greetings, family. How is your Shabbat Eve? And here, looking forward. Hopefully, have a blessed Shabbat day. Shabbat Shalom, Meborak. Right here. Welcome. Shabbat time.
6 days shall thou labor, shall the 7th day take thy rest.
Shabbat time. Let's get in the right heart and mind. Shabbat Shalom.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, sucklings and the breast. Shabbat Shalom.
Yes. Waiting for ones to come in. Baruchim, Habayim. Yeah, excuse our brothers and sisters. The Maccabee fight. Keeping the light, keep the light lit, keep the light of the true faith in the King of Kings, Christ Yeshua HaMoshiach lit, even here in this time, the season, the darker season of the year. Yes, I hope and pray that you're able to get into Shabbat heart and mind, and keep that fire lit, keep the light, be the light, there's a lot that's going on to try to extinguish the light, but definitely seeking to, keep the light and to be the light and to shine the light, in our hearts and minds. Here. Yeah, brothers and sisters, just trying to get myself into the Shabbat, yeah, man, in this world. But here, give thanks, brothers and sisters, here for this, here with the sixth day, Hanukkah, day 6, actually day 6 going into day 7. Day 6 going into day 7. So let's begin it off right here. Let's begin it off with first things first, let's rise up a chant, rise up the Psalms. Start out right here with some thanks and praise. But here on the screen, Beruchim, Habayim. It's a way of saying welcome, but actually from its root, it's like bless are the ones who enter in, right? That's the literal sense of the Hebrew welcome. Beruchim. Somebody said Beruchim Habayim. Beruchim Habayim. Barak from Barak. Blessed one, Beruchim. So the Beruchim are the blessed ones, are the empowered to prosper ones. Habayim are those who enter in. So the blessed one, blessed are those who enter in. So here, the Hebrew sense of welcome, right? Welcome in the Hebrew sense. So right here, let's begin off with something blessed right here, before we rise up the chant right here. Let's begin off right here with Nerot, the lighting of the lights.
Sanctifying our time, Nerot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, lidlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
Shabbat Shalom, and also Chag, Hanukkah Sameach. Happy Hanukkah relivication, the livication, they say dedication, the initiation. Here in the season, reinitiating. After we come out of the holy season, it's necessary to keep that light through the winter moon. So here we have Hanukkah here in the season, the Hanukkah light, the Maccabee fight. So here, Perukim Habaim, welcome, welcome, welcome. Blessed are those who enter in. Shabbat Shalom, peaceful Sabbath, Umeborak, and the blessed one. Here is Queen Makeda, Malka Makeda, right here with bless, bless, bless.
Must confess, I am blessed. I am blessed, never know less. I am blessed. Working hard every night and day, 'cause I got bills to pay. But I must give thanks 'cause I'm able. Let's put food on my table. All around the world, times is hard. People hungry, many are starving. Have enough, so I can't complain. No, I got to give thanks and praise. I'm blessed, must confess, I am blessed. I am blessed, never know less. Folk working hard, barely surviving. Prices going up, rents get higher. Today is so tough, future's unsure. Better make a way to endure. Hurricanes, tornadoes, and storms. You could lose all you work for. Thieves and robbers could take it away. So don't worry what tomorrow may bring. I'm blessed, must confess, I am blessed. I am blessed, never know less. I am blessed. We're living in troublous times. Talk of nuclear holocaust, martial law, and war. Seem like the end times, we're at the door. But in the Almighty, I know my footsteps is ordered. My future is sure. I am blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Psalm 95.
מזמור צדיהם.
Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord, the Lord, the Lord.
לכו נרננה לאדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני, על אדוני.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation, salvation, salvation.
נריע לצור ישענו.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, thanksgiving, thanksgiving.
נקדמה פניו בתודה, 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 בתודה.
And make a joyful noise unto him with song, with song, with song.
בזמירות נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו, נריע לו.
For the Lord is a great God, great God, great God, great God.
כי אל גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני, גדול אדוני.
And a great king above all God, above all God, above all God, above all God.
ומלך גדול על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים, על כל אלוהים,
Above all God, above all God, above all God, above all. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, 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 rest.
Lion of Judah.
Psalm 96.
מזמור צ"ו.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people, 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 people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people, give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar, and the fullness thereof. Let the fields be joyful, and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, 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 his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צ"ז.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, 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 רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, סביביו, סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון כסאו, 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 כסאו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, round about, round about, round about, round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light.
העיר וברקב תבל, 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 תבל.
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, 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 of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, עשה, עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, קודשו, קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands, let the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. With equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, 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 מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble. He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, 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 for it is holy. The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy,
Kadosh,
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 for he is holy.
Kadosh.
Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that gavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy hill. For the Lord our God is holy, holy, holy. Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, 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 הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Lion of Judah Society, Society, Society. Yes, 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 yes. Chag, Hanukkah, Sameach. Happy, happy, happy. Hanukkah light, the Hanukkah light, and the Maccabee fight, the Hanukkah light and the Maccabee fight. Here we're at day 6 moving into the Shabbat day 7. Have this Torah reading and feeding, but we've been mainly focusing on the reason for the season here, the Maccabee fight and the Hanukkah light. But right here, that was the Kabbalat Shabbat, Psalms 95 to Psalm 99, plus Psalm 29, as to initiate the Hanukkah, so to speak, the Shabbat, initiating the Shabbat right there, Psalms 95 to Psalm 99, plus Psalm 29, right here, the Ana, Bekoach, we beseech thee.
Ana Bekoach, Gedulata Yeminecha, Tatira Zruah. Please, by the great power of thy right hand, oh, set the captive free. Avil Arina, Ta'amika Aswagavenu, Taharenu Nora. Reverent God, accept thy people's prayer. Strengthen us, I and I. Cleanse us, cleanse I and I. Na Gibor Dorsheya Yehudeka, Kubavata Shamre. Almighty God, grant I and I, as the apple of the eye of those who seek thee, I. Barchem Tahrem Rachmei Tzidkateka Tamid Gamlim. Bless them, cleanse them, pity them, ever grant them thy truth. Chasina Kadosh, Berova Tubeka, Nahela Edateka. Mighty, holy island God, in thy abundant grace, guide thy people. Yachid Ge'er Le'amecha Pene Zokreya Edushateka. Accept I and I our prayer. Hear I and I cry, thou who knowest secret thoughts. Shawa'atenu kavelo ushma sa'akatenu yodea ta'elumot. Blessed be the name of His glorious majesty forever and ever. Baruch Shem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ed.
Lion of Judah Society.
Roll.
Yes. The Anam Bekoach. Here's a different style of this traditional sabbatical chant right here. Shema Yisrael.
תמיד גולל, תמיד גולל, תמיד גולל. Bendícelos, purifícalos con la misericordia de tu justicia. Trátalos siempre con bondad. חסין קדוש ברוב טובך, נאה לעדתך. יחיד גאה לעמך פינה זוכר קדושתך. שבתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו, יודע תעלומות. לוחם תרם רחמי צדקתך, תמיד גומנה, תמיד גומן, תמיד גומן. לוחם תרם רחמי צדקתך, תמיד גומנה, תמיד גומן, תמיד גומן. תמיד גומן, תמיד גומן. תמיד גומן, תמיד גומן.
Shabbat shalom.
שמור וזכור בדיבור אחד, השמיענו אל המיוחד. Guardar y recordar fueron pronunciados en uno. Hashem es uno y su nombre es uno. Salgamos al encuentro del Shabbat, fuente eterna de bendición. El Santo nos llama a reposar en su luz y su creación. Lejadodi likrat kala, b'nei Shabbat nekabola. Ven amado mío al encuentro de la novia, recibamos el rostro del Shabbat. מקדש מלך עיר מלוכות, קומיצי מתוך אף אחד, santuario del rey, ciudad del Altísimo. Levántate, sal de tu llanto, el Santo te cubrirá con su gloria y su compasión será tu manto. Lejadodi likrat kala, b'nei Shabbat nekabela. Ven amado mío al encuentro de la novia, recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
Yes, 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 yes. Laka, 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 dodi. Come, come, my beloved. Come, my friend, to meet and greet the Shabbat. Traditional chant right there. And here's a little something special. Hopefully, they go easy on us when we repodcast this here. Laka dodi here from Bid and classic dub poet Oku Onura. Check it.
Sheba, Makeda, Balkis, King Solomon called her Queen Sheba. Some say it was the Ud bird that reported to Solomon about the Queen of Sheba. From her land she journeyed to see Solomon, then considered the wisest man. Ethiopia to see the wisest man, King Solomon. Sheba, Makeda, light of Saba, Ethiopia. Has not been told. Sheba, Saba, light, Ethiopia. Sheba, Makeda, Balkis. King Solomon called her Queen Sheba. Some say it was the Ud bird that reported to Solomon about the Queen of Sheba. Said she worshipped a sun god.
Yes. Oku Onura, that's one is a Leka Dodi, interesting remix right there. Oku Onura, classic dub poet right there. Haven't heard his works for a while, but check out Oku, O-K-U, Onura, O-N-U-O-R-A, Oku Onura, right here. There. Yes. So here, just the verse right here, interesting here. This is the Gospels, right? Remember when Yeshua had said, but he answered and said to them, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. A sign, Lord, a sign, signs and more signs. And there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of Yonah Hanabi, Jonah, the prophet, or the prophet Jonah. Now, Jonah, interesting in the Hebrew, Yonah means a dove, right? And in the Gentile translation, that's Columbia. We'll reason on that some more, y'all willing. But verse 40 here says, for Jonas or Yonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly. So shall the Ben Ha-Adam, the son of man, the human being, the true human being, be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonah. Remember the book of Jonah? Jonah, four chapters right there. Check out Jonah. He was very angry, even to the end. Why was he so angry? Anyway, at the preaching of Jonah, and behold, a greater than Jonas is here. But notice what Yeshua said right here. He said over here, right? Then certain of the scribes and Pharisees, the religious authorities, answered, saying, Rabbi, we would see a sign from thee. Right? And he said, and even an adulterous generation seeketh after the sign. But notice what he says here, and there shall no sign be given. He didn't say signs, he say signs, a sign, one, like singular, right? But the sign of the prophet Jonah, right? Then he scrolls down, we scroll down here where he says, a greater than Jonah is here. Then he says, the queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, of Shlomo, of Solomon. And behold, look and see, here it is, a greater than Solomon is here. Now, why is this significant? Because often ones will focus on the sign of Jonah, right? I haven't heard the reason for a few ones. They would say, I say, yeah, you see this link right here, Queen of the South, and, Saba, Sheba, Sheba, Ethiopia, and they're like, oh, no, this is just, it's like, they say like it's a parable. Whoa, so we see the fulfillment, right, according to the New Testament of the Jonah, right? Yeshua 3 days and 3 nights. But what about this right here? All right. Anyway, be that as it may, made as it be. That was a Lekha Dodi. Now, Lekha Dodi is interesting. Before we just play the next tune, some of the brothers and sisters probably, because we've gone over it before, right, in some detail, almost like verse by verse. Not to go through all the verses, but we love that chant right there. That was Natsrai. Was it Natsratim? One's called Natsratim. Natzratim. I think it's 2.0. Yeah, there's some good music right there. Hopefully we get clear, on the rebroadcast here on the air. But I'd like to show you this right here. Let me just bring up the Siddur right here and just go through the chorus line and maybe the first verse, right, of the Lekha Dodi. Lekha Dodi, Lekha, like to say come, right? Come, like come, let's go. Lekha, Nalek, let us go. Nalek, but here Lekha, like you're inviting someone. Lekha Dodi, come my friend, come my beloved, right? Come my friend. So here we go right here. Here we go. Just so one can get a full of this tune right here. Appreciate love, even if one can't understand all the words right now, at least the basics of the chorus line. Okay, give me one moment. Gonna bring this up right here. Just getting through the Kabbalat Shabbat. Also, we have Psalm 87. Psalm 87, Ethiopia with what? Ethiopia, Im Kush, with Ethiopia, with Kush, Zeyulad Sham. This was born there. Now the translations say this man, we have Psalm 87 here in the season for the sixth day of the Shabuah, also 6th day of Hanukkah Sameach. Happy Hanukkah light, keep the light of faith, the true faith of the King of Kings Christ lit, and the Maccabee fight, right? Fight for the light. So right here, let's bring this up right here. So it's interesting, the Oku Anura tune right there on the Lekah Dodi, right? So what is the Lekah Dodi? Traditional chant right here, Lekah Dodi. Lekah, come. This is Hebrew, all right? This is not Yiddish, because we hear some brothers saying that. Let me just say that, don't want to get like the brothers of, Joseph, because they might be Joseph and we're the brothers, or we might be Joseph and they might be the brothers. All right, so just humble. So Lekah, come, Dodi, my Dode, it's like dude. We say dude, what's up, dude. But in the Hebrew, Dode is like beloved. But Dode can also be in another context of the Hebrew uncle, right? But the context here, like David, yeah, Dodi. Lekah Dodi likrat kala, Pnei Shabbat nikabala. Shabbat Shalom Umeborak. But the opening, right, is Lekah, come, Dodi, come, my friend, my beloved, come, my beloved, Likrat, to meet, Kala, to meet the Kala. What is the Kala? Kala, Hebraically, if you're just paying attention, fellow disciples, I think we try to bring that out, even with Yehuda in the previous Torah portion, that Tamar was Kala. The Kala in that context would be like daughter-in-law. But Kala is also used as bride, the bride. Come, my friend, Likrat Kala, to meet the bride. Penei Shabbat Nikabala. Penei, Hebraically is like the face of, the presence of, the perception. So literally the word is face, but Hebraically in the figurative sense is like the perception, right? The presence, right? The face, the presence of the Shabbat. Penei Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Shabbat, Nikabala. So these chants right here on the Shabbat Eve, Friday evening, family-wise and community-wise, kind of, gets us in the mood, you could say, and the attitude, so to speak, right? Lekah Dodi likrat kala. Come, my beloved, to meet, right? To meet the Kala, to meet the bride. Now, Hebraically, Shabbat in many instances is feminine, right? Actually, the word Shabbat, because of the the final letter T, some say Shabbath, but actually that's if you have a list or a speech impediment or you're Eastern European speaking Jew, you might say Shabbath or you might say Shabbos. But actually, Hebraically, that's the Yiddish influence on their speaking of the Hebrew, but it's Shabbat. Shabbat is the bride. Shabbat is the bride. Hebraically, Judaically, Shabbat is seen as a bride, according to even this right here, as a bride. According to the Beta Israelites of Ethiopia, right? Good book of Falasha Anthology, if you can get a copy, even a soft copy, until you can get a hard copy, Falasha Anthology, it brings out, and this is the most curious thing, I read it there, and then going to some other studies, Judaic, Hebraic studies from other Yehudi, from elsewhere, we got to see that in different communities, they saw the Shabbat as the personification, right, of a woman, right? But in the sense of either a bride or Ethiopically, according to the Beta Israel, right, as like a mother who intercedes for her children. It's kind of an interesting concept, but Hebraically, right, the word Shabbat, right, is technically feminine because of the T at the end, the T terminal, right? So the Shabbat, the T terminal. But be that as it may, just so you can understand the kind of sense, right, of Lekah Dodi, come, my friend, Likrat Kala, to meet the bride, Penei Shabbat, Nikabala, the face, the presence, right, the perception of the Shabbat, Nikabala, right? So you hear a lot of people talk about Kabbalah, right? There's some spookism, there's some Jewish fable spookism. As we study to show itself approved, we get to recognize that Kabal is a Hebraic term. It means to welcome. Kabal, it means to receive. Kabal. As Moshe Rabbeinu, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach, the King of Kings Christ, Jesus Christos, says, if you can receive it, then receive it. All right? Penei Shabbat Nikabala. So Nikabala is like let us welcome, let us receive, let us Kabbalah, Nikabala, we, right? Panei Shabbat Nikabala, right? And then as a kind of extension of the greeting, we have right here Shabbat Shalom, peaceful Sabbath, healthy Sabbath, right? Wholesome Sabbath, U Meborak. Modern Hebrew, some Eastern speakers, European speakers, because of their mother tongue, would say Mevorak, right? Properly, Afro-Shemitically, we would say Meborak. Be that as it may, Shabbat Shalom U Meborak. Meborak, Mevorak, and a bless. Mevorak, a blessed one. So this is like an invocation, Shabbat Shalom, but a more fuller sense of it is Shabbat Shalom U Meborak. A peaceful, a healthy, a whole Sabbath, right? And a blessed and an empowered to prosper one. So right here, let's just touch on a couple of verses right here. So we have the chorus line, Lekadodi likrat kala, Penei Shabbat nikabala. Come, my beloved, come, my friend, to meet the bride. Penei Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Shabbat, Nikabala. Let us receive, let us welcome, let us receive, let us welcome. So right here, right? The opening part right here, right? Now, I like to do this right here. Let me read through it, and I'm going to scroll down, and we'll go over the translation so one can get at least a sense before we play what we're about to play. Right, so the chorus line, repeated chorus line, Lekadodi likrat kala, Penei Shabbat nikabala. Shamor v'zakor b'dibur echad. Hishme'anu el ham yuchad. Adonai echad u'shemo echad. L'shem ul tiferet v'litahila. Shamor, guard, to like guard or to observe, right? V'zachor, shamor v'zakor, to guard or observe and to remember. B'dibur echad was like fused into like one, you could say into like almost like one expression, right? One expression was fused into one utterance, right? B'dibur echad, right? Now, what does this mean right there where it says shamor v'zakor, or other speakers might say Shamor v'zachor, Shamor v'zachor b'dibor echad, Shamor v'zachor b'dibor echad. That to observe and to remember was fused into one, right, expression, into one utterance. Well, when we come to Shabbat, right, we have the first mention, right, the first time that the Bnei Yisrael in Exodus chapter 20, it says, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat Likadisho. Zakor, remember, et Yom, the day, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat, remember the day of the Sabbath, Likadisho, to keep it holy or to keep it set apart. Then when we go to Deuteronomy, I think it was chapter 5, Deuteronomy chapter 5, around about there, where Moshe, when in Devarim, the words in Deuteronomy, the repetition of the direction, instruction of the law, right? He says, Shamor et Yom HaShabbat Likadisho, to observe. So often there's a reasoning from Exodus chapter 20, when Elohim spoke out of the midst of the fire and all called Yisrael heard. He said there in the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, and the 10 words in the commandment, in the Dibrei HaBrit, the words of the covenant, right? It is said, Zakor et Yom HaShabbat, remember the Sabbath day Likadisho, to keep it set apart. But now when Moshe reiterates it, he says, right, to that new generation of Israelites, the ones after the 40 years wandering in the wilderness, Israelites, their children, right, their sons, he says Shamor. So therefore, in the reasoning, right, the reasoning is, well, why Yahweh says Zakor, and then why did Moses say Shamor, right? Because you have to remember it first, Zakor, right? And when you remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, this is how you shamor. This is how you observe it. Then Hishmianu El Ham Yuchad, right? Right? Causing us to hear, right? The God that caused us to hear, right? As one, right? As one. Adonai Echad, Yahweh Echad, he who he be is the one. Ushemo Echad, and his name is Echad. His name is one. Lishem, right? For his name, right? For his name, Ul Tiferet, and Tiferet, the Hebrew Tefarat, Ul Tiferet, right? And his glory, Veli Tehillah, and for his Tehillah, and for his praise, for his boasting, right? And then it goes on, right? Goes on, Likrat Shabbat, Likhu Venelcha, right? Kihi Mikor Habraka, Meirosha Mik Edem, right? Nisuka, Sof Maaseh, Be Mahashava, Techila. Now, the translation down here, right? Just to go through this right here, just so you go over it right here, so you can see it for yourself right here, or take a screenshot if so necessary. Beloved, come to meet the bride. Beloved, come, let us come to greet Shabbat. They kind of changed up this. We gave you specifically what the Hebrew is. They gave you a kind of a little interpolation here, but still it's close to. Keep and remember, right, a single utterance, b'dibur echad. The only God, right, El, right, Hishmianu El Ham Yuchad, the only El, Almighty, cause us to hear Hishmianu El Ham Yuchad, right? The eternal one, the eternal is one. Adonai Echad, Adonai is one. Yahweh is one, is the one. Adonai Echad, Yahweh Echad, right? Ushemo, and his name Echad, and his name is one. Lishem, right? Right? Lishem, of his name, right? For his name, or for name, for a name, Lishem, the Shem, the Hashem is the name, for a name, right? Tiferet, and for glory, Tefari, Tiferet, right? Velitahila, and for praise. So the general sense of it goes a little something like this: come with me, let us meet Shabbat, forever a fountain of baraka, of blessing. Still it flows as from the start, the last thing made, but the very first thought. So like this kind of goes to Genesis, where it's the last of what Yahweh, what Elohim created, right? After the 6 days, very good. Rest on the Shabbat day. Then we have the Shabbat day coming after that. Sovereign, the king's abode, holy city, rise up from your ravaged state. You have dwelt long enough in the valley of tears. Now Elohim will shower mercy upon you. Lift yourself up. So between each of these between each of these the verses here would come in the chorus. Lift yourself up, rise from the dust, array yourself in clothes of beauty, O my people. Usually it's customary for Shabbat time, after the end of the working week, for ones to change, into, beautiful garments, clean, fresh, the tidy, linen, whitey, if you can afford it, or have it, but basically to change your clothes, to prepare for the Shabbat, like you're preparing to greet, right? To greet the Shabbat, right? At hand is Bethlehem's Dawit. So then there's also a mention, right, concerning, David, the covenant of David, and this applies also to the greater David, to the greater son as well. At hand is Bethlehem's David, Jesse's son, bringing deliverance into my life. Awake, arouse yourself. Your light has come. Arise and shine. Awake, awake, pour forth your song. Elohim's glory now shines upon you. What's interesting is that when we go through this in more details, break down a study on this, we see the various quotes from various areas of scripture within this, right? Within the Hebrew of it, right? Don't be abashed. Don't be ashamed. Forget your sorrow. Quiet your groans. The afflicted of my people find shade in you. A city renewed where her ruins lay. The scavengers are scattered. Your devourers have fled. As a bridegroom rejoices in his bride, your Elohim takes joy in you. To the right and to the left, you will burst out, standing in the awe of the Eternal One. Thanks to the power of David's ear, of Peretz's line. And so shall we rejoice and find delight. Enter, right, in peace, O crown of her mate. Enter in gladness and enter in joy. In the midst of the faithful of this treasured people, enter, O bride, Boi kala, boi kala. So right here. We'll keep this on the screen for a moment. See if ones and ones can follow along, right here. But the Lekad Dodi, right, one of the best, well, in my own personal opinion. Tell me what you think, right? Venamado mio, right here. Version reggae. Check it.
Guardar y recordar fueron pronunciados en uno. Hashem es uno y su nombre es uno. Salgamos al encuentro del Shabbat, fuente eterna de bendición. El Santo nos llama a reposar en su luz y su creación. Lejadodi Ligrat Kala, Pene Shabbat, Nekabela.
Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
Mikdash melechir melucha. Será tu manto. Lejadodi Ligrat Kala, Pune Shabbat, Nekavela. Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
Boi kala, come, O bride, come, O bride.
לשם ולתפארת ולתהילה, לקראת שבת לתחו ונלצה, כי מקור הברציה מראש מקדם נסוכה, סוף מעשה במטה שבת תשילה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה, קום מצא אם מתוק חפתך, רב לשבת בעמק חבשה, והוא ישמור על האיש כמלה. התנערי מעפר קומי, לבשי בגדי תפארתי שמי, על יד בן ישי בית הלשמי, קורבה אל נפשי גאלה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, ירלה ירלה ירלה, בני שבת נקבלה. כבוד אדוני עלייך נגלה, לא תבושי ולא תקלמי, מה תשתוך עד שיהיו מתמי, בשחסו עניי ימי, ונבנית העיר על תילה. לשדודי לקראת קלה, ירלה ירלה ירלה, בני שבת נקבלה. קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. וחיו למשיסה שוסאיש, ורתחקו כל מבלייך, יסיס עלייך אלוהי, כמסוס צ'טן על קלה, ימין ושמאל תפרוצי, ואת אדוני תריצי, על יד איש בן פרצי, ונשמחה ונגילה.
Yes, 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 beautiful, beautiful. Well, that last line right there. Yes, 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 yes. But we wish shalom, ateret ba'ala, gam, besimcha, ua ve'ohola, tok emune, am segula, boi kala. Here, the last part right here, just to show you this, right here, boom, 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 boom. Wait, song for the Shabbat. Okay, I think I scrolled past it right there. There we go. The last part. Enter in peace, O crown. Enter in peace, O crown of her mate. There we go. Enter in peace, O crown of her mate. Enter in gladness and enter in joy in the midst of the faithful of the treasured people. Emuneh am segula. Boi kala. Right here. Keeping it moving forward right here. We have Psalm 92. Next in the order is Psalm 92, which is a psalm for the evening psalm, right? For the Shabbat day. And then we see it with the Friday evening psalm, right? Which is Psalm 93. So right here, let's bring up Psalm 92. Psalm 92 right here, Shema Yisrael, the psalm for the Shabbat day.
Psalm 92.
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני,
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך עליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemy, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 no
מזמור צדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת. טוב להודות לאדוני ולזמר לשמך עליון. להגיד בבוקר חסדך ואמונתך בלילות. עלי עשור ועלי נבל, עלי היגיון בכינור. כי שימחתני אדוני בפועליך, במעשה ידיך ארנן. מה גדלו מעשיך אדוני, מאוד עמקו מחשבותיך. איש בער לא ידע, וכסיל לא יבין את זאת. לפרוח רשעים כמו עשב, ויציצו כל פועלי אבן, להישמדם עדי עד. ואתה מרום לעולם אדוני. כי הנה אויביך אדוני, כי הנה אויביך יאבדו, יתפרדו כל פועלי אבן. ותרם כרעם קרני, בלותי בשמן רענן. ותבט עיני בשורי, וקמים עלי מרעים, תשמענה אוזני. צדיק כתמר יפרח, בארז בלבנון ישגה. שתולים בבית אדוני, בחצרות אלוהינו יפריחו. עוד ינובון בשיבה, דשנים ורעננים יהיו. להגיד כי ישר אדוני, צורי ולא עוולה תבוא.
Shabbat Shalom. And so here to seal Psalm 93, the Psalms, the praises, to bring in the Shabbat right here. Psalm 93. Let's bring forward Psalm 93. Let's see what we have here for y'all. Okay, here, Ayabingi. Let's keep with the Ayabingi. Yes, I rise up the Isis. Isis, I.
Psalm 93.
מזמור צדק ג'
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
גאות לבש, 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 לבש.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
לבש אדוני, אדוני, אדוני.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר, 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 התעזר.
The world also is established, established, established.
אף תיכון תבל, 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 תבל.
That it cannot be moved, be moved, be moved.
אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות.
Thy throne is established of old, of old, of old.
נכון כיסאך מאז, 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 מאז.
Thou art from everlasting, everlasting, everlasting.
מעולם אתה, 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 אתה.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, forever, forever.
מזמור צדק ג' אדוני מלך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כיסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93.
מזמור צדק ג'
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
גאות לבש, 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 לבש.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
לבש אדוני, אדוני, אדוני.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר, 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 התעזר.
The world also is established, established, established.
אף תיכון תבל, 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 תבל.
That it cannot be moved, be moved, be moved.
בל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות.
Thy throne is established of old, of old, of old.
נכון כיסאך מאז, 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 מאז.
Thou art from everlasting, everlasting, everlasting.
מעולם אתה, 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 אתה.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever.
Hear, O Israel,
Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast. So 6 days shalt thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, we were like little sucklings on the breast.
Chozin, Baku et Yahuwah Hamborak, Baku et Adonai Hamborak. The reader, bless ye, bless y'all, Adonai, Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baku et Adonai Hamborak. Al v'chozin, Baruki Yahuwah Hamborak le'olam wa'ed. Congregation, and the reader, blessed is Adonai, Baruch Adonai Hamborak. Blessed is Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who is to be blessed. Baruch Adonai Hamborak le'olam wa'ed. Forever. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Bidabaro Ma'eriv Iraim B'Hakamach Poteach She'arim Ua Bitabuna Shane. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, I and I Elohim, King of the universe, of the universal King. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who at thy word bringest on the evening twilight, with wisdom openest the gates of the heavens, and with understanding changes times and various the seasons, and arranges the stars in their watches in the sky, according to thy will. Thou, the eye, createst day and night. Thou, the eye, rollest away the light from before the darkness, and the darkness from before the light. Thou, the eye, makest the day to pass and the night to approach, and dividest the day from the night. Yahweh Baot Adonai of hosts is the I name. El Chai, Wik I am, and El living, the living El, and enduring continually, itinually. Mayest thou reign over us, over I and I, forever and ever. Baruch atah Adonai Ha Ma'erib Ravim. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai, Jah Rastafari, who brings on the evening twilight. Ahavata Olam Beita Yisrael Amika Ahavta. With everlasting, ever living love, thou hast loved the Beita Yisrael, the house of Israel, Amika, the I people. A law and commandments, statutes and judgments hast thou, the I, taught us, I and I. Torah, mitzvot, chukim, mishapatim, otanu, le madita. Therefore, Yahweh Eloheinu, Adonai, I and I Elohim, when we lay down and when we, I and I rise up, we, I and I will meditate, will meditate on the I statutes. Yea, we will, I and I will rejoice in the words of the I Torah, the I law and the I commandments forever, forever. For they are I and I life and length of days of I and I days, and we, I and I will meditate on them day and night. And mayest thou, the I, never take away thy love from I and I. Baruch atah Adonai Ohev Amo Yisrael, Blessed art thou, the I, O Adonai, Jah, Rastafari, who lovest thy people, Yisrael. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Hear, O Yisrael, Adonai Jah, Rastafari, na Elohim. Adonai Jah, Rastafari is one, is the one. Baruch Shem Kvoda Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ad. Blessed be his name, whose glorious kingdom is forever and ever, for ever and ever. Ve'ahavta et Yahweh Eloheka b'kol levaveka u'b'kol nafsheka u'b'kol me'odeka. And thou, the I, shall love Yahweh Jehovah, he who be, the I Elohim, with all thine heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee, I this day, shall be upon thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently to thy children. So talk of them when thou sittest in thine beitika, in thy house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, upon yadika, and they shall be for frontlets between thine eyes, and thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of beitika, the I house, and upon thy gates. Bisha'areka. And it shall come to pass, if y'all shall hearken diligently to my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah Yahweh Elohim, true good, true God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, your psyche, that I will give the rain of your land in its season, the former rain and the latter rain, that I mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil. And I will give grass in thy field for thy cattle, and thou shalt eat and be satisfied. Take heed to yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and ye all turn aside and serve Elohim Acharim, other Elohim, and worship them. And the anger of Adonai Jah Rastafari be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and the land yield not her fruit, and ye all perish quickly from off the good land which Jehovah giveth you. Therefore shall ye all lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul and in your psyche, and ye all shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be for frontlets between your eyes. And ye all shall teach them your children, talking of them when thou sittest in Beiteka, in the I house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou, the I, shalt write them upon the doorposts of Beiteka, the I house, the I beit, and upon thy gates, that your children that your days may be multiplied in the days of your children upon the land which Yahweh, which Jehovah sware to your fathers, your patriarchs, to give them, as the days of Shemaim, the heavens above the earth, the earthly plane. And Yahweh and Jehovah spake to Moshe and Lamor, saying, speak to the Bnei Yisrael, the children, the sons of Israel, and bid them that they make them a fringe upon the corners of their garments throughout their generations. And they put upon the fringe of each corner a cord of blue, and it shall be to you for a fringe, that ye all may look upon it and remember all the commandments of Adonai Jah Rastafari, and do them, and that ye all go not about after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye all used to go astray, that ye all may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy, eyeless, set apart to y'all Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim asher hotzeiti etkem me'aretz Mitzrayim lihiyota lakem Elohim. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be y'all Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the land of Kemet, to be your Elohim, true good, true God. Ani Yahweh Elohim. I be he who be y'all Elohim. Amen. With a emunah kol zot. True and trustworthy is all this. And it is established with us, with I and I, that He is Yahweh, Jehovah, Eloheinu, I and I Elohim, I and I true good, I and I true God, and there is none beside Him. And that we, that I and I, Yisrael, are Amo, His people. It is He who redeemed us, I and I, from the hand of kings. Even I and I, King, who delivered us, I and I, from the grasp of all the terrible ones. Ha-El, the true good, the true God, who on our behalf dealt out punishment to our adversaries and requited all the enemies of I and I soul, of I and I psyche, who doeth great things past finding out, yea, and wonders without number, who holdeth I and I soul, I and I psyche in life and liberty, and have not suffered our feet, I and I feet, to be moved, who made us, I and I, tread upon the high places of I and I enemies, and exalted I and I horn over all them that hated I and I, that hated us, who wrought for us, for I and I, miracles and vengeance upon all Pharaoh, signs and wonders in the land of the children of Cam, the children of Kemet, the children of Ham, who in his rod smote all the firstborn of Mitzrayim of Kemet, and brought forth Amo Yisrael from among them to everlasting, ever-living freeness, who made his children pass between the divisions of the Yam Suf, the Eter Bahir, the Red Sea, the Eritrean Sea, but sank their pursuers and their enemies in the depths. Then his children beheld his might, they praised and gave thanks, young for Isis, to Shemo, his name, and willingly accepted his sovereignty. Moshe and the Bnei Yisrael and the sons of children of Israel sang a song to thee, the I, with great joy, saying, all of them, Ki akamoka ba'elim Yahweh mi akamoka ne itara ba'kodesh nora tehilota ose pele. Who is like to thee, Yahweh, Jehovah, among the mighty ones, Mi Kamoka, Ba'elim, Yahweh, who is like to thee, Mi Kamoka, glorious in holiness and islandness, Ne Idara Ba'kodesh, reverent in praises, Norah Tehilot, doing wonders, Ose Pele. Thy children beheld thy sovereign power, as thou didst cleave the sea before Moshe. They exclaimed, Ze Eli, Anu, with Amru. This is my El Eli, Haliai, Ze Eli, and said, Yahweh, Jehovah shall reign for ever and ever, Yahweh, Yimloka le'olama wa'ad. And it is said, for Yahweh, Jehovah, hath delivered Yaakov, Jacob, and redeemed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Baruch atah Adonai Ta'ala Yisrael. Blessed art thou, Adonai, Rastafari, who hath redeemed Yisrael, Ethiopia. Cause us, I and I, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Jehovah, I and I, Elohim, true good, true God, to lie down in peace, Li Shalom, and rise and raise I and I up, Malkeinu. Oh, I and I, King Negusene, I and I, Negus, to life, Le Chayim. Spread over us, over I and I, the tabernacle of the I, peace of the I, Shalom. Direct us, direct I and I, right through thine own good counsel. Save us, save I and I, for thy name, for the Hashem's sake, the I name's sake. Be thou a shield about us, about I and I. Remove from us, I and I, every enemy, pestilence, sword, famine, and sorrow. Remove also the adversity and the adversary from before I and from behind I and I. Oh, shelter us, shelter I and I beneath the shadow of the eye wings. For thou, O El, Ki El, for thou, O El, art I and I guardian, and I and I deliverer. Ki El, Shomareinu, Uamat Eleinu, yea, thou, Ata, O El, Ki El, Meleka, Hanun, Werahum, Ata, Ushmora, Tzeyateinu, Ua Boeinu, Le Chayim, Ula Sha'ula Shalom, May Ata Wa'ada Aulam. Yea, thou, El, art a gracious and merciful King, a gracious and merciful Negus, and guard I and I going out, and I and I coming in to life and to peace from this time, from this hour forth, and forever more. Ufrosha Aleinu Sukata Shilomecha. Blessed art thou, the I, Adonai Jah, Rastafari, who spreadest the tabernacle of thy peace over us, over I, and over Mikah, the I people, Yisrael, and over Yerushalayim. Baruch atah Yahweh, ha Poresh Sukata Shalom Aleinu. We're all called Amo Yisrael. We're all Yerushalayim.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom. Barak. We went through right there some of the liturgy right there for the Shabbat time right there. Hanukkah season right here. We have the 6 days reading to come forward still. But here for the Shabbat. It's the Shabbat day here. Benjamite. Instrumental by Rico Dubwise with the words from Genesis. Words from Genesis chapter 2.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything blessed. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation. To be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the fourth commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even love forsake vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. So here on Shabbat, here it goes right here. Yeah, on Shabbat right here. Let's bring this up here so you can find it in the scripts. This is Exodus. Let's zoom in. Exodus 31, 16 to 17. Exodus chapter 31, verses 16 to 17. Let's see if we can bring that up right here. Exodus 31, 16 to 17. Exodus 31, 16 to 17. There we go, right there. Okay. Here's the English, KJV, King James Version. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, a perpetual covenant. Verse 17. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. So here, this precept right here. This is often said as well as a reminder and a precept from scripture for the Shabbat. Here we go right here. So this is often called the modern Hebrew Vishamru, ancient pointing Wishamru, Shamru, and they shall observe. So going through this, reading the Hebrew column right here. Wishamru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat la'asot et ha-Shabbat ledorotam barita olam beini ua bein b'nei Yisrael ot hi le'olam Kia shesheta yamim asa Yahweh etaha shamayim wa etaha aretz ubayom ha shbi'i Shabbat wa yinafash. Shabbat wa yinafash. This is an interesting verse right here. Remember I was saying earlier with the lekadodi as like speaking to a woman, in that sense, the Shabbat as this mother, the bride, this mother, according to Beta Israelite, as a woman that intercedes for her children. It's interesting because here actually in the Hebrew, let's see if we can highlight the word right here. Let's see right there. Okay, this is how this highlight works right here. Okay, this is, let's see, wait. Okay, so the word right there that's highlighted over there, I can't take off the black part, but this he, right, means she. Who means he. So as a pronoun, he in Hebrew is for she, and who is for he. All right. So right here in this verse right here, let's just go through this right here. Let's go through this. So here it says with Shamru, and they shall keep, right? B'nai Yisrael, the sons of Israel, they shall observe, in that sense, keep, observe. With Shamru b'nai Yisrael, et ha-Shabbat. What shall they keep? Et ha-Shabbat. They shall keep the Shabbat. They shall observe the Shabbat. Remember when we talked about the Shamor with Zakor, the Shamor from Exodus chapter 20, when Yahweh Eloheinu, when he spoke out of the midst of fire, right? The 10 words, the 10 utterances, right? Falsely called the 10 commands, but the 10 utterances, the 10 words, right? See, it's not really the 10 commandments. In Hebrew, it's actually the commandment. In Hebrew, it's actually the Torah, the 10 words. It's called the 10 words, also Divrei HaBrit. It's the words of the covenant, the Berit, the Divrei, words of HaBrit. But here, for this verse here from Exodus chapter 31, it says, with Shamru, and they shall observe, they shall keep, they shall observe. With Shamru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat, they shall observe ha-Shabbat, the Sabbath. La asot et ha-Shabbat, to do to do, la asot, to do what? La asot et hashabbat, to do the Shabbat, lidorotam, in their door is like a generation, in their generations, right? Lidorotam. Berit, a covenant, olam, an eternal or a perpetual covenant, an eternal covenant, a covenant till time out of mind, a covenant till time indefinite. Berita olam. Here, to the next verse right here. It says, Baini, between me, right? Between me, Baini, u Bain, and between B'nai, the sons of Yisrael. Baini u Bain, B'nai Yisrael. Between me and between the sons, the children of Yisrael. Ot, there it is. Ot is a sign. Ot, she is a sign between me and the children of Yisrael. She is a sign. Beini ubein b'nei Yisrael oti le'olam. She's a sign till time out of mind. Le'olam. She's a sign forever, till time out of mind. Le'olam. Ki sheshet, because ki sheshet, for 6 yamim days, asa Yahweh, he who be made, right? Made for 6 days, right? Ki, because. So here, and when we study the Hebrew, it's giving us the reason, right? Why are we to do this? Because ki sheshet yamim, sheshet 6, yamim 6 days, asa Yahweh. Some might say modern time asa Adonai, but in the text asa Yahweh, he who be made. What did he make? Et ha shamayim. He made the heavens, ha shamayim, et, and et, direct object marker. What did he make? What did he asa? Ha aretz. Ki sheshet yamim asa Yahweh et ha shamayim et ha aretz. U bayom, and in the day, u bayom, in the yom, u bayom, in the day, ha shabi'i, in the 7th day, right? Shabi'i, the 7th, u bayom ha shabi'i, Shabbat Yinafash. Shabbat. Now, here's what's interesting. You heard Shabbat in reference to Shabbat, right? But then in the last part, right, some would say Shavata Vayinafash. We say Shabbat Vayinafash, right? But here's what we're going to go over here for a moment just to break something down and show you something, right? Right? This is very, very important. So we have Shabbat, the Shabbat. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's break out the words, right? The key words, right? So we have over here in verse 16 with Shamru, right? With Shamru, we have the Shabbat. This is Shabbat, a noun. Shabbat. This is Shabbat as a noun. Let's break it down right here. Shabbat is a noun. You see parts of speech, it's a noun, an intermission. Shabbat, right? It's a noun, right? Shabbat in the sense of the Sabbath. The Day of Atonement is called a Shabbat, right? There's a sabbatical year. Also, a week can be a Shabbat, right? Because this root sense, in that sense, from Shabbat, for 7, right? Also, there's the produce that comes in the sabbatical year that's related to the Shabbat. Because now, in the sabbatical year, there's a rest from working, rest from the labor of the ground. But now over here in the last part of verse 16, it doesn't use the word Shabbat as a verb, as a noun, but as a verb, where it says Shabbat, right? Vayinafash. Because speaking of what Yahweh did, Shabbat Vayinafash. What did he do? He ceased. He desisted, right? So the verb Shabbat means to cease, to desist, as a verb, right? As a noun, it means a day, or the time, day, the Shabbat, the time, right, of ceasing and desisting, right? So it's using the opposite sense of work. 6 days you work, and then on the Shabbat day you'll cease, you'll desist. As it says in the Kal entry, right? The second, it says to desist, to rest, to desist from labor. So in this verse over here, let's break it down. So in verse 16, Shabbat there is a noun, right? Shabbat, the context of the sentence will tell you that, but Shabbat is a noun. Over here where it says it or she is a sign, she is a oath, oath. So you see the word oath? They have oath, but actually it's oath, right? Oath is a sign, a signal, a remembrance, right? The Shabbat is a remembrance, right? Notice that this word Shabbat, oath as well as Shabbat are both noun feminine. Did that show you that? I did show you that. That Shabbat, the noun, let's go over here, let's scroll down here. Shabbat, the noun was a noun feminine, right? A noun feminine, right? And the word for sign, so it says she is a sign, right? Beini ubain b'nei Yisrael, between me and between the children of Israel, le'olam. For in 6 days, Yahweh, he who be, made the heavens, not heaven, but heavens, Hashemayim, and Haaretz. And on Bayom HaShabi'i, and on the Shabi'i, right? Shabi'i, on the 7th day, Bayom Shabi'i, right? What does it say? He rested, right? Shabbat. So here we have Shabbat here as the verb. He did what? He Shabbat. He rested. He ceased, desisted from labor. Well, we have the 6 days, right? The 6-day period of the creation, right? In Bereshith, right? Perek Aleph, chapter 1, right? And then we come to Perek Beit, chapter 2 of Bereshith, and we see him ceasing after the 6 days of work, the Tov Ma'od, right? So Shabbat, so in other words, Shabbat is a noun, like the Shabbat day is a noun, but it's the verb. You remember in the verse right here, right? Let's see, we could go like this back and forth for a moment, where it says right here, let's go to the first part of the verse. It says, with Shamru b'nei Yisrael etaha Shabbat, and they shall observe, the children of Israel, the sons of Israel shall observe, the B'nai Yisrael shall observe, Wishamru B'nai Yisrael et HaShabbat, la asot, to do what? La asot, to do, right? To do, et HaShabbat, to do the Sabbath, right? Le Dorotam, for their generations, in their generations, for their generations. Berit Olam, it is a covenant, a forever covenant, an eternal covenant, Berit Olam. Then he says, right, so the Sabbath is something we do. You see when it says La Asot, right, you can see it on the left-hand side, their transliteration, La Asot et HaShabbat, Wishamru, so they shall observe, the children of Israel shall observe, et HaShabbat, the Shabbat, La Asot, so we observe it to do. Get it? We observe it to do, right? We observe it la asot, to do, et ha-Shabbat, la asot et ha-Shabbat, le dorotam berit olam, right? Then he says right here, it says, beini, between me, bain, and between B'nai Yisrael, the sons of Israel, ot, he, she is a sign, ot, sign, he, she, le olam. She is a sign forever. So, we find that it's a Berit Olam, it's an eternal covenant, right? And the Shabbat is a sign, Ot-He, she's a sign, Le Olam, forever. Why is she a sign forever? She's a sign for he who he be forever. You get it? Right? Ki shesheta yamim asa Yahweh eta shamayim ve eta aretz u bayom ha-shabi'i, and on the day, the 7th day, Shabbat, he ceased. So see, so he even shows us, right? So he has done it before us and shows us, right? So when the Shabbat was given to Yisrael, the reason being is because he observed the Shabbat after his 6 days of work. So then he commands the B'nai Yisrael that 6 days you shall work, and on the Shabbat day you shall rest. The man, right, was created, right? It was to be created in his image and after his likeness. So we see he set the pattern, right, where he Shabbat. The last 2 words are the very key words for the Shabbat. Once you recognize, we observe, Shamor with Zakor. When he says remember the Sabbath day, when we remember to do what? We remember to Shamor. And therefore, that's why it says with Shamru, and they will shamar, they will observe, right? B'nai Yisrael, the children of Israel will observe Hashabat, la asot et Hashabat, la asot et Hashabat, la asot et Hashabat, to do the Sabbath. So how we do the Sabbath, right? See, the noun Hashabat, right, is the Sabbath, yeah? But the verb is to cease, is to rest, is to desist from labor. This is how we do the Sabbath, right? That's why he gives us the reason, ki, because ki shesheta yamim asa Yahuwah, because for 6 days asa he did, he made, Yahuwah, he who be, he made, right? Et ha-shemaim, the heavens, were et ha-aretz, he made the shemaim and the aretz and the earth. U bayom ha-shabi'i, right? So it's actually saying we are to do this because it's in his pattern, it's in his way, right? This is the way he did it, right? Man created in the image and after the likeness. See, right? How we express his image and likeness. U bayom ha-shabi'i, and on the 7th day, Shabbat, the verb, the action, ceasing, desisting, right? Vayinafash. Shabbat, Vayinafash. Shabbat, Vayinafash. Let's see what they say down here. They said the children of Israel shall keep Shabbat, doing what is fitting through all their generations, to make Shabbat an eternal covenant between me and the Bnei Yisrael, a sign throughout all time and space. They kind of, interpolate a little bit here, in the spirit of the Hebrew. But they say, for Adonai, Yahweh, did the work of heaven, is Shemaim, is heavens, and Aretz, Haaretz, in 6 days. And on the 7th day, they say God, right? But on the 7th day, right, it says he ceased work. And this is interesting here. Why do they say right here, breathe a new soul into the world? Well, what's the last 2 words? Shabbat wa yinafash. Shabbat wa yinafash. He ceased, right? Wa and yinafash. So what's yinafash? Let's go over here, yinafash, right? Because this gives us instruction as well. And was refreshed. So the translator in KJV says, right, that he rested Shabbat, right, wa and yinafash. Shabbat wa yinafash. And he yinafash. So what is nafash? What's nafash, y'all? Nafash. Here's nafash. Here's what's interesting. Nafash, right? And we have the word nefesh. Nefesh is soul. Nefesh is soul. Remember when Rabbeinu said that the Shabbat was made for man? It was made for man's benefit, for his good, right? Here nafash is the verb, right? Nefesh, the noun, soul. Nafash. You see what it says? Nafash means to take a breath, to breathe. Take a breath, right? Take a breath. Why you're nafash? But in the sense of you're nafash, to refresh oneself. Refresh, freshen up, take a breath, right? The primitive root, getting to the roots, is to breathe. Shabbat, he rested, he ceased from the labor, right? And the labor in the sense of creation, right? And wa and yinafash, and he breathed, he was refreshed as if by a current of air, right? So just want to bring that out right there, because after we shared the last part right there, we saw on the page over here, we saw that this part here, what it said down here, it said on the Shabbat, right? On the Shabbat. Let's bring in a little bit of the sidebar. Wishamru, or as ones will say, Vishamru, right? And they will preserve. It says they will keep, they will observe. These words, taken from Exodus 31:16-17, serve as an introduction to the Amidah. So the Amidah in traditional, practice is like the standing prayer. Like when Yeshua said, and when you stand praying, there was the ancient Amidah, right? The standing prayer, where it says the wicked cannot stand in the judgment, the standing prayer, the main prayer of our service. as well as the introduction to the Kiddush. The Kiddush is the baraka over the wine, right, on Shabbat morning. The baraka over the chalice on the Shabbat morning. So, okay, wow, this is good. They have this here, but they have it in the latter day pointing. They have Shavat Havaya Nafash. But the ancient Afro-Shemitic way to say Shabbat Wa Yinafash. Shabbat Wa Yinafash. We get out that double V, that double V. Shabbat, there's the B. Some speakers say the B as a so. Some speakers say the B where it can sound like a soft B. A soft B could sound among some speakers. I've heard it among other speakers and not them. And a soft B can sound like a V. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. Now, I'm not saying B, but Shabbat. But more enunciated, Shabbat, Shabbat, Wa, and Yanafash. So the final two words of this passage from Exodus 31, they say is literally means God ceased working and took an in-breath. This is, nafash is a breathing in. Nafash, and took an in-breath. To experience the deepest rest, right, we might or we should emulate Yahweh Eloheinu, right? Step back from our daily grind, from the grind, right? Stop doing the work that fragments and depletes us of strength. And also, work does kind of like take your breath away. When you're working, it's a huff and puff. You're on that, you know what I mean? And it's usually after you let the work go, you're like, oh man. I know y'all must have y'all experienced that. You're working on something, doing a work on a job or something when you and when you get off, you get like, you could breathe. That's what the Shabbat is there for, right? Breathe. Get out what the world says. I can't breathe. Fire bun. Right? Observe the Shabbat. Take a breath. Right? Then you can breathe. That'd be a good one, right? They say, I can't breathe. Appealing to the Gentile mind instead of stepping up in the covenant. We might concentrate instead on matters that enhance our lives, right? On Shabbat day. Focus on matters, things that enhance our lives. Prayer, study, family, appreciate love, right? Fine art, music, right? Good food. Right? This is a time to seek greater intimacy with loved ones, if possible, and allow ourselves the time, proverbially speaking, to smell the roses, slow ourselves down, and allow ourselves the joy, the joie de vie, right? That's French, joie de vie, the joy of life or the joy of being, right? Being. He who be who he be gives us this time to enjoy, right? The being, right? Being, right? And being, right? Because he gives us our being. So we should take joy in our being, right? Be still and know, right? So right here, just a little bit right there, those powerful two last words right there, right? As Exodus chapter 31, focus verses, right? Verses 16 to 17, right? What's known as the Vaishamru, right? And they shall observe. So right here. Okay, looking at the time, but we didn't touch on day, right? We didn't touch on day 6 just yet right here, just to fulfill all righteousness right here. First things first, we need to have that fire key, the fire key right here for Hanukkah day 6. Let's see, did I bring that over? Did I bring that over yet? Okay, give me one moment, brothers and sisters, right here. Here, the surprising truth about the Sabbath. I can't get this brother's name, but love what this brother has put forward so simply in this 59-second audible.
Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had. Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had. Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2.
Genesis chapter 2, that's the same area that Benjamin also had in his sabbatical tune. It's the Sabbath day. Once again,
give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. I mean, Mark chapter 2. Verse 27, it says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, who came first? Man or the Sabbath? Wait, who came first? Who was created first? Man was created on the sixth day. What was the very first thing that man was allowed to do? The only thing he could do is rest. He was created to enter into rest.
Beautiful, beautiful. You get it? You'll get it? You'll get it? That after the sixth day, right? The day he created, right? What's the next day? Next day, the Shabbat day. So he was created literally to enter into, right? His, you know, when it says his rest, because it's really Yahweh's rest right there. So Shabbat Shalom, Meborach, a peaceful and a blessed one. So right here. Let's see if we can bring this out right here. Just wanna get the for Maccabees. Here we go right here. Give me one moment. Yeah, Maccabees for day. Okay, there we go. That's the Maccabees one. Give me one moment. Yeah. Get a little excited right here. Here we go. Maccabees, be brave like Yehuda Maccabees. Come again. All right, here we go right here. All right, here we go. Well, yes. All right. Okay, so here for day 6, Numbers, first place where we have Hanukkah, Hebrew scriptures, Numbers chapter 7, though the root of Hanukkah is Hanak, and we find it in the name of Enoch, Hanok. But here, we're picking up with Numbers chapter 7. Let's scroll, bring up Numbers chapter 7. Numbers chapter 7, verses for the 6th day, verses 42 to verse 47. Here. Let's bring it out. 42 to 47, the 6th day, Shema Yisrael.
On the 6th day, Eliasaph the son of Deuel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver charger of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph the son of Deuel.
There. So here. Maccabees day 6, the reading. So here, our tribe, right? You know, our tribe is the 4th book of Maccabees in the proper printing, right? The proper printing, it should have 8 chapters. So if you have a copy of the 4th book and it doesn't have 8 chapters, well, you know, that's good. You got a copy of it, but that's not really the proper, you know, the proper one right there. But be that as it may it as it be. Hold on for a moment. I thought we had this window open already. Give me one moment so we can kind of read along. Okay, here, let's come out of this. All right, 4th book of Maccabees. Until we bring it up, let's do a little Maccabee tune right here. Rastaman first to talk about Maccabee Bible, you know, and this resurrection, one of the first, right here. Jesus Christ is black. Maccabee, artist name Maccabee. Check out the artist name Maccabee, Macka, the letter B.
When I say Jesus Christ was black, some people seem shocked. Them say Maccabee, oh you fi say that. Well listen to the fact. What? Somebody tell me why them have to tell we lie about the man they crucify high. Jesus never had blue eye, boy. Somebody tell me why them have to tell we lie man it in a revelation, seen in a vision by the man called John. Well, listen to me, me say listen to me, man. I was just as described by the man called John. I've been here like wool, hear me no man. Who have the woolly hair? A wee black man. If you want more evidence, listen to this. Another thing about Jesus that John noticed, in my feet like brass burning a furnace. Sure, a black man this, and me say why them have to tell we lie about the man they crucify. Jesus never had blue eye, boy. I mean not take back chat. You ask people if Jesus was black, them not like that. They question, then run from that. Then we tell you say it don't really matter. Then we even tell you say it never have no color. Them must think say Rasta not have intellect, cause I've never seen a man without no color yet. Me not accept that, I me not take back no chat. And in the year you know say Jesus black, no blue white Jesus couldn't depend me wall. A Emperor Selassie I instant all. Fire for the Vatican and Pope Paul. Say Babylon must fall. Me say why them have to tell we lie about the man them crucify. Jesus never had blue eye, boy. And when me say it not nice, Michelangelo, what you did wasn't right. The Jesus where you paint look like he just had a fright. You take the black Jesus and you paint it in white. You paint a picture of yourself instead of a picture of Christ. What is it then in the darkness revealing the light? I and I overstanding reach a different height. A long time the Roman them a give we a fight. And that no right, don't make them fool ya. Just as him coming at the line of Judah, same line as Selassie I from Ethiopia. Lose the seven seal and return to conquer. That a me black Messiah. Me say why them have to tell we lie about the man they crucify. Jesus never had blue eye, boy. Somebody tell me why them have to tell we lie about the man they crucify. Jesus never had blue eye, boy. Jesus Christ was black. Maccabee not take back no charge. Rastafari.
Yes, Maccabees, that classic, Jesus is black, classic tune right there. So here for the fourth book of Maccabees, stretching forth the right hand of fellowship to our co-laboring brothers and disciples. Here, fourth book, chapter 6 for day 6 right here. Fourth book of Maccabees. Like I said, the proper printing has 8 chapters, right? Some other printings, they kind of break down the chapters in some weird ways, but the proper printing has 8 chapters. So we use this for these 8 days, a chapter a day. Fourth Maccabees, chapter 6, stretch with our right hand of fellowship to our co-laboring disciple. Hezekiah right here. Yes, I give thanks. Here, let's pick up.
This reading will be 4 Maccabees, chapter 6. Brotherly bonds and a mother's love. And when this one also died a blessed death, being cast into the cauldron, the 7th son, the youngest of them all, came forward. But the tyrant, although fiercely exasperated by his brethren, felt pity for the boy, and seeing him there already bound, he had him brought near, and sought to persuade him, saying, Thou seest the end of the folly of thy brethren, for through their disobedience they have been racked to death. Thou too, if thou dost not obey, will thyself also be miserably tortured and put to death before thy time. But if thou dost obey, thou shalt be my friend, and thou shalt be advanced to high office in the business of the kingdom. And while thus appealing to him, he sent for the boy's mother, in order that in her sorrow for the loss of so many sons she might urge the survivor to obey and be saved. But the mother, speaking in the Hebrew tongue, as I shall tell later on, encouraged the boy, and he said to the guards, Loose me, that I may speak to the king and to all his friends with him. And they, rejoicing at the boy's request, made haste to loose him. And running up to the red-hot brazier, "O impious tyrant," he cried, "and most ungodly of all sinners, art thou not ashamed to take thy blessings and thy kingship at the hands of God, and to slay his servants and torture the followers of righteousness? For which things the divine justice delivers thee to a more rapid and eternal fire, and torments which shall not leave hold on thee to all eternity. Art thou not ashamed, being a man, O wretch with the heart of a wild beast, to take men of like feelings with thyself, made from the same elements, and tear out their tongues, and scourge and torture them in this manner? But while they have fulfilled their righteousness towards God in their noble deaths, thou shalt miserably cry, Woe is met for thy unjust slaying of the champions of virtue. And then standing on the brink of death, he said, I am no renegade to the witness borne by my brethren, and I call upon the God of my fathers to be merciful to my nation. And thee will he punish both in the present life and after that thou art dead. And with this prayer he cast himself into the red-hot brazier, and so gave up the ghost. If therefore the 7 brethren despised the tortures even to the death, it is universally proved that the inspired reason is supreme lord over the passions. For if they had yielded to their passions or sufferings, and eaten unclean meat, we should have said that they had been conquered thereby. But in this camp it was not so. On the contrary, by their reason, which was commended in the sight of God, they rose superior to their passions. And it is impossible to deny the supremacy of the mind, for they won the victory over their passions and their pains. How can we do otherwise than admit right reason's mastery over passion with these men who shrank not before the agonies of burning? For even as towers on harbor moles repulse the assaults of the waves and offer a calm entrance to those entering the haven, so the 7-towered right reason of the youths defended the haven of righteousness and repulsed the tempestuousness of the passions. They formed a holy choir of righteousness as they cheered one another on, saying, Let us die like brothers, O brethren, for the law. Let us imitate the 3 children at the Assyrian court who despised the same ordeal of the furnace. Let us not turn cravens before the proof of righteousness. And one said, Brother, be of good cheer, and another, bear it out nobly, and another, recalling the past. Remember of what stock ye are, and at whose father hand Isaac for righteousness' sake yielded himself to be a sacrifice. And each and all of them together, looking at each other, brightly and very boldly said, With the whole heart will we consecrate ourselves to God, who gave us our souls, and let us lend our bodies to the keeping of the law. Let us not fear him who thinketh he kills, for a great struggle and peril of the soul awaits in eternal torment those who transgress the ordinance of God. Let us then arm ourselves with divine reason's mastery of the passions. After this our passion, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, shall receive us, and all our forefathers shall praise us. And to each separate one of the brothers, as they were dragged off, those whose turn was yet to come said, Do not disgrace us, brother, nor be false to our brethren already dead. You are not ignorant of the love of brethren, whereof the divine and all-wise providence have given an inheritance to those who are begotten through their fathers, implanting it in them even through the mother's womb, wherein brethren do dwell the like period, and take there from during the same time, and are nourished from the same blood, and are quickened with the same soul, and are brought into the world after the same space, and they draw milk from the same founts, whereby their fraternal souls are nursed together in arms at the breast, and they are knit yet closer through a common nurture and daily companionship and other education, and through our discipline under the law of God. The feeling of brotherly love being thus naturally strong, the seven brethren had their mutual concord made yet stronger. For trained in the same law and disciplined in the same virtues, and brought up together in the upright life, they loved one another the more abundantly. Their common zeal for moral beauty and goodness heightened their mutual concord, for in conjunction with their piety, it rendered their brotherly love more fervent. But though nature, companionship, and their virtuous disposition increased the ardor of their brotherly love, nevertheless the surviving sons, through their religion, supported the sight of their brethren who were on the rack, being tortured to death. Nay more, they even encouraged them to face the agony, so as not only to despise their own tortures, but also to conquer their passion of brotherly affection for their brethren. Reasoning minds more kingly than kings, than freemen more free, of the harmony of the seven brethren, holy and well attuned to the keynote of piety. None of the seven youths turned coward, none shrunk in the face of death, but all hastened to the death by torture, as if running the road to immortality. For as hands and feet move in harmony with the promptings of the soul, so those holy youths, as if prompted by the immortal soul of religion, went in harmony to death for its sake. O all holy sevenfold companionship of brethren in harmony. For as the 7 days of the creation of the world do enring religion, so did the youth choir like enring their sevenfold companionship, and made the terror of the tortures of no account. We now shudder when we hear of the suffering of those youths, but they, not only seeing it with their eyes, nor merely hearing the spoken, imminent threat, but actually feeling the pain, endured it through, and that in the torture by fire, than which what greater agony can be found? For sharp and stringent is the power of fire, and swiftly did it bring their bodies to dissolution. And think it not wonderful if with those men reason triumphed over the tortures, when even a woman's soul despised a yet greater diversity of pains. For the mother of the 7 youths endured torments inflicted on each several one of her children. But consider how manifold are the yearnings of a mother's heart, so that her feeling for her offspring becomes the center of her whole world. And indeed, here even the irrational animals have for their young an affection and love similar to men's. For example, among the birds, the tame ones sheltering under our roofs defend their nestlings, and those that nest upon the mountain tops and in the rock clefts and in the holes of trees and in the branches, and hatch their young there, do also drive away the intruder. And then, if they be unable to drive him away, they flutter around the nestlings in a passion of love, calling to them in their own speech, and they give succor to their younger ones in whatever fashion they can. And what need have we of examples of the love of offspring among irrational animals, when even the bees, about the season of the making of the comb, fend off intruders, and stab with their sting, as with a sword, those who approach their brood, and do battle against them even to the death? But she, the mother of those young men, with a soul like Abraham, was not moved from her purpose by her affection for her children. That's the conclusion of 4 Maccabees chapter 6. Give thanks and praise. Here, yeah, man, again. Oh, man.
Yes, yes, yes. The mother, and the seven. Look at the mother and the seven sons, and the old man, the elder, right? The teacher, Eleazar, Eliza. Interesting right there. There was an interesting verse. There's a verse 27, because much of this is ancient, and even in the time of Moshiach, Yeshua, Robeno, Yeshua, Hanotbe, these things were known. And then I was thinking about verse, so we go over here to verse 27, right? Verse 27. And we see this particular word from verse 27, where it says, let us not fear him who thinketh he kills. Kills the body, but not the soul, but be afraid of him who can kill the body and soul. Right here. And also another area, I think I brought it up in the previous podcast, but it's a blessed time, and even within the words of strength for our heart and mind, and also an encouragement to move on. Sometime we'll focus on this word, and it's like you get a lot of blessings, and Father blesses us, all of us. And sometimes you focus here, and then you're like, what was the other thing? And then it'll come to you and say, oh, what was I studying this before? But this just came to I again. Give thanks, Brother Hezekiah, for that read right there. It was that part I was trying to show from yesterday's reading. As we read the fourth book, it first begins off with the reason, right? Wisdom and reason, and temperance and overcoming the passions. It's interesting. We look at the sons of Yaakov, right? Jacob, we could say the Israelites in their youth, and the story of Joseph, which is our Torah portion right here. And if you recall, those who were with us formerly, if you recall, we had touched on this briefly, Hebrews, who wanted to show, that's what happened. We had touched on the area where it talked about for all who seek to live godly, right, will suffer, right, tribulation and suffer persecution. You know what I mean? All who seek to live godly. You know what I mean? So if we seek to live Yahweh's way, we should understand the trials and the tribulation. So Hanukkah, even in this time and season, the Hanukkah and the true meaning based on the testimony is very, very important. So that verse 27, 6:27 in 4th Maccabees, it sounds like Moshiach right there, because there's many things that he points to. For example, in John chapter 10, verse 22, Yeshua is at the feast, the Chag, Hanukkah, right? And I think one of the themes of that section there is, concern affirming his divinity, affirming his deity. We're about to go to the Brit Chadash, a new covenant read right here. But let's look at the verse before. So this is Hebrews chapter 11. Hopefully ones are familiar. Hebrews chapter 11. Some say it's a testimony of faith, of the true faith, the true emunah, the true faith, the true admittance, the true credit, right? Those who had a high credit rating in Yahweh, right? But they all went through various trials and tribulations, right? Let's go over here. Let's see what we can get to. Let's begin from verse 32. And what shall I say more? This is a kind of a compliment to the reading. Because the reading is kind of like the part that Brother Hezekiah read, where it says, if we shudder, we might shudder at, when Brother Ison was reading. I'm familiar with it. But sometimes when we read things, we can see it visually. And it's like, my goodness. Man to man is so unjust, children. B'nai Yisrael, children of Israel. Who to trust? And what shall I more say? Trust Yahweh Eloheinu B'Shem Yeshua, right? And what shall I more say? For the time would fail. Time will fail. Sometimes we think we're on for like a little bit of time. We look up, we like chant 3, 4. hours. And give thanks, brothers and sisters. Sometimes I know y'all have things to do, so forth and so on. But hopefully, one can, as they can, get a hear, and share as well, and also hit the, hit the like so that others can also, join I and I in the reasoning, growing in grace and the knowledge of Adonai Yeshua HaMoshiach. But here in connection with Maccabees, right, and also in connection to other words that we touched on previously, that all who will seek to live godly, who seek to live in the way, the truth, in Yah's way, truth, and life, will experience various trials and tribulations. And by the study of the scriptures, right, and then the reasoning, iron sharpen iron, we can prepare ourselves. We can, it's like the olive oil that's used for the anointing and also for the light. It's like we can, the oil, the olives have to be crushed. You know what I'm saying? And they say pressure. Oh, Chad, pressure makes diamonds. Now that's easy to say. I don't know about the iron them, but all of I and I at different times and sometimes at the same time. There's that verse in the New Testament where it says that, and know that our brothers in the world, some we're going through, every man think that his burden is the heaviest. It's probably heavy, but then how many of his fellow brethren are carrying heavy burden like that, or maybe even heavier, as well as the sister. Yes, yes. And what shall I more say? For the time would fail me to tell of Gideon. Gideon, hail up to Army Gideon. Yes, Army Gideon, Rasan Bessa, Tafari. Yeah, good reasoning, man. A good reasoning. Hopefully we can bring some of those reasoning forward, as we're going into a new season, new time. But, and of Barak, not the one people might think about, Barak, right, in the scripture, yeah, and of Shimshon, and of Samson, and of Yiftah, yeah, Yiftah, right, and of Jephthah, right, of Dawid also, and Samuel, Shemuel, and of Hanabim, and of Hanavim, and of the prophets, right? So it's giving us examples right here, right? And I think this really kind of brings out, because the Hanukkah and the Maccabees victory, the real miracle was that victory. The real miracles that they did it. Because that would be the end of other nations, the Greek, Antiochus, the Syro-Phoenician Greeks, and they did that to other peoples. It reminded me of Sennacherib, when Sennacherib sent his messenger servant, Rabshakeh, right? And they asked him, hey, he came forward, not to get into that whole thing about speaking in Aramaic and speaking in the Yehudit, speaking in the Judahite dialect of the Ivrit, of the Hebrew. But he was saying things like don't listen to Hezekiah, and heal up, brother Hezekiah, but you probably know this already, the namesake, your name Hezekiah, that there was a king, our king Hezekiah, during the time of Yeshaya, Isaiah, right? And so the Sennacherib, they were seeking to, do to Israel, to Judah, what had already been done to Israel, to take them into captivity, to have them bow down and bow to their other gods and everything like that. So he was like trying to put a big, a big threat against the people, and everything. And then he was boasting that don't think that you can save yourself or your God, or don't listen to Hezekiah, and don't trust in your God. No, look, all these people we've defeated. You know what I'm saying? But this is what changed things here, even in that ancient world. Just regular, not regular, but you know what I'm saying? In Yahweh, we're not regular, but just we just human beings. The B'nai Yisrael, once lost, now found. That by that courage, that reason, it's their reasoning. It's their faith and it's their reasoning that caused them to endure all that they had to endure to gain victory. That's the real miracle there. Something, the fact that one day's worth of oil lasted 8 days, and surely, for sure, that's a miracle right there. But don't forget, what the Christ says, Moshe says, Yeshua says, he says, and they strain their eye at a gnat and swallow a camel. You know what I mean? Because the big thing of Maccabees, right, is the victory of faith, over the secular, the world flesh, satanic seclorum, the worldly reasoning, worldly philosophies, right? And the true philosophy of his divine majesty of Yahweh Eloheinu prevailed in the way, the truth, and life. As verse 33 says, who through all these ones and more, through faith, through the emuna. Now, word faith is interesting. In the Koine Greek, it brings out an interesting aspect from the Hebrew thought, right? And that word there is pistis, right? And that word there means like credence and credit, right? Trust and credit, right? That sense of credit. When people talk about their credit, bad credit, we often think of bad credit, right? We need to think of bad faith as being bad credit, right? Good faith as good credit. And when you have credit, like just in the secular, in the world, put it in worldly terms, you're able to get a lot. You know what I mean? You're able to get a lot financially speaking, because of good credit. What about credit for our spirit and our soul, right? And what is even more precious, as we often say, good health. We pray that I and them have good health, which is the most vital wealth. And with one's good health, which is the most vital wealth for the real estate, the soul, and the spirit, also get wealth, right? Because that's what Yahweh says. But have our priorities in order. Who through faith, right? In the Hebrew, emuna, right? Subdued kingdoms, right? So in Hebrews, since Hebrews was written after the time of Maccabees, almost 200 years. Almost 200 years. Yeah, about that. Almost 200 years after Maccabees. What do you think it was talking about? You think it was not, since that was a fresh victory? That was a fresh victory. Who through faith, right, subdued, right, kingdoms. And you know what? The Israelites or the Judahites, the tribe of Judah, would have been able to do that again against the Romans. But you know what they were lacking? They were lacking faith. They had a low credit. Didn't they have a low credit rating in the Moshiach Yeshua? Isn't that why what happened? One stone didn't remain upon another, right? Because of that low credit, right? But through good credit, right? Through good faith, right? Admittance in the truth, subdued kingdoms, right? Wrought righteousness, did righteousness, right? Obtained the promises, right? Stopped the mouths of lions, right? Quenched the violence of fire, escape the edge of the sword out of weakness. Right? It was regular man them. It's regular man, it's regular brethren, who overcame, who came together, with common purpose and common cause. The lesson of Maccabees. Why do you think the Rastafari said the Maccabee Bible? Give us the Maccabee Bible, right? Notice they took that out of the They took out the Maccabee Bible, right? And even among the Yehudi, the other Jews, they like to focus on the lights, the fable about the lights, right? But they do understand that it's necessary, as we say, to get up, stand up, right? Get up, stand up for your right, or for Jah's right, for righteousness' sake, right? They quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword, out of weakness were made strong, wax valiant, right? Strong, powerful in fight, turn the flight of armies, turn to flight the armies of the aliens. See that right there is almost a direct reference to Maccabees, right? And if we have more time, we can actually stitch it up, like take this from here and then go to, but know for sure it's written there. What it said right here: woman receives their dead raised to life again. Remember that History Channel, the Audible that we shared during this Hanukkah Shabua, this Hanukkah time, right? Yeah, where they said that they asked the question on one part of the History Channel Maccabee, what's it, Revolution, something like that, History Channel, Mysteries of the Bible, talking about the Book of Maccabees. They said that it's because of Maccabees, right? Or they asked, is it because of Maccabees that in the so-called New Testament, or the church, the New Testament, that we have this idea of resurrection? Right, because of what occurred in Maccabees. And then he pointed certain areas. I think there was a particular verse. Let me get some proof right here. Hold on for a moment. Now, this icon you see right there, right? That part of the icon is one of the early, you could say, church icon, You can see that, it's close to the ethnicity, right? So, it's credible. It's not incredible like the whitewash. The whitewash is not credible. It's so incredible. What we're going to right here? Okay, we're going to our screenshot. We had shared this, I think, the previous day. We took some screenshots, and it was in, I think, what was it, First Maccabees. It was talking about boom, 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 boom. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. No, that's Chan. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on for a moment. It was the king of the world. Hold on for a moment. Let me see if I can bring this out for y'all. I want to share this because it's not often that we get time, in our Torah study year to kind of go through the details, right? Go through all the details that we would like to. Give me one moment. What window am I opening? Okay, yeah. It's here we go. We got it right here. Okay, so it was in Maccabees, King and World, right? Right, King. Oh, let's see, King, right, and World. I'm searching the key words I remember. I don't remember the exact verse right now. World, King, World, and was it raise us to life? I don't want to put too many words in there and kind of miss, right? And kind of miss right there. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see, King and World. What's going on here? Let's search this. Maccabees, King and World. What's going on here? Maccabees. Was it First Maccabees? Let's see. Why the search is not working? Man, these guys are okay. I'll try to bring it out. But there was a verse. Some of you may recall there was a verse in Maccabees. I think it was Second Maccabees, where it was connecting the idea of resurrection. Right? It was connecting the idea of resurrection. So they had asked in the History Channel documentary, is that like within the continuity of things? They were Yehudi, as Yeshua, Yehudi, a Judean, a Judahite, even as we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, that he's a Judahite. They were Judahites. So no doubt there's a connection between what happened previously. Even when Yeshua talks about the abomination of desolation, of course, that's pointing to Daniel, but Daniel was speaking about things like that happened in the time of Maccabees. This is why it's really important, for us to study these things. So even as we read in these books, we can see what the real connectivity, of some of the central themes and the ideas are. Give me one moment. I'm going to try one more thing to get the verse. See if I can get the verse right here. Try one more thing to get the verse. Let me see. Here we go over here. Let's see. Oh no, it's not coming up. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'll find the verse right there. I don't want to hold up on this too long, but let's get back to our verse over there. Chant. Oh wait. Okay, there's one more thing I can do, but while I do that, let me share this verse with you, right? Because this is also a direct link to Maccabees, right, and to the theme of the righteous suffering, right, but also the victory, right, of the true faith, right, reason, right, and reason, having reason, right. Come, let us reason, right. So over here, right, let me see if I can get this right here. Over here. Sorry, I'm really determined to try to share this with you because an important point. It's a really, really important point. And I think it's over here. Right. Yeah, there we go. There it goes. It's in there. So it's okay. Second Maccabees 7 and 9. Hallelujah. Second Maccabees 7 and 9. Second Maccabees 7 and 9. So here, let's go to Second Maccabees chapter 7, verse 9. Right? There we go. Okay. Yeah, we had inadvertently, it's interesting because we have like one of our Androids as a screen, this right here, and it's attached to the computer, so we can show this through like the eavesmucks and all of the technology. And I had copied it on the phone, right? Using the phone as a little mini laptop, you know what I'm saying? And I had paste something from the laptop itself. You know what I mean? And I paste something else. I was pasting something else, and actually paste the verse, this verse right here. So hallelujah, I remember that I put it there and I just left it in a file I saved. So it says, and when he was at the last gasp, like the last breath, like to the last breath, the last gasp, what I mean? He said, thou like a fury takest us out of this present life, right? Because often Hebraically we speak about the olam hazeh, right? Like this world, and the olam haba, and the world to come, out of this present life. But here's something interesting. It says the king of the world. In the Hebrew, that corresponds to the king of the universe, some say. We translate Melech HaOlam in the blessing, the word of blessing, the formula of blessing. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam. Melech HaOlam. But the Melech HaOlam shall raise us up. So this idea of resurrection, right, shall raise us up who have died for his laws, right, to everlasting life. So right here, this idea, right, this is Maccabees. There's other areas as well. That's the verse there, 7 and 9, 2nd Maccabees. Now read this here, based on what we are reading here in the 4th book of Maccabees, speaking of the mother, Eliezer, the mother, and the 7 brothers. Right? That's interesting because speaking about the 9 days and the Hanukkah, the significance of the 9 is that there were 9 of them. Right? There was the Eliezer, the age and elder, right? There was the mother, right? And there were her 7 sons. So notice what this verse says in Hebrews here, in this chapter, right, of the victory, right, of the true faith, the true admittance, the true credit, the good credit, right, over the world flesh and satanic seclorum, satanic world system. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 35 says, woman receive their dead, right, raised to life again. And others were tortured. You see what we've been reading about here in the 4th book of Maccabees during these 8 days, Maccabee fighting holiday. We call it the fighting holiday. Others say festival of light. We get that idea. It's a true light, right? Yeshua, HaMoshiach, the Or HaOlam, right? And all praise be to the Melech HaOlam. Yes, sir. Right? Not accepting deliverance. Remember how they were saying, come on, just eat the unclean meat, just do the heathen, the Gentile, the devilish pagan rite, right? And others were tortured, not accepting deliverance, that they might obtain a what? A better resurrection. Look at that right there, resurrection. All right. All right. So all of these obtaining a better resurrection. Right? So within the context of the book of Maccabees, right, the writer or writers of this, right, had those principles in mind. And others, what about the others? Others had trial of cruel mockings, right? Having read about the mockings, the torture, right? And scourgings, right? Yea, moreover, of bonds and imprisonment. And not just then, but what about now? Right? You know what I'm saying? What's going on right now? Right? They were stoned. They were sawn asunder. Look at that, sawn asunder. Finding people, they chopping people up and all kind of evil things. Were tempted, were slain with the sword. They wandered about in sheepskin. I don't know if some of y'all are old enough. Who's old enough to remember like the sheepskins? Anybody's old enough and is like in the chat or whatever, just put a 1 in the chat. If you remember the sheepskins, right? Maybe that's coming back again. Those kind of warm coats, right? They wandered about in sheepskins and goat skins, being destitute, afflicted, tormented. Yehuda Maccabeus, Maccabee. Yehuda Maccabee. Judas, the Maccabee, the hammer. Isn't that? And the brethren, they were wandering up and down. They said that, it got so bad, they was like animals. You know what I mean? Just how the whole state of things, they're up in the mountains, destitute, afflicted, tormented, right? It says in verse 38, of whom the world was not worthy. What does Moshiach say? This world is not, this world is not, right? They wandered in deserts and mountains, in dens and caves of the earth, right? And what it says concerning these right here, And all these having obtained a good report. So what's the good report? The good report is right here. The good report is the fourth book of Maccabees. Right? This is the good report right here. Right? This is one of the good reports right here. All these having obtained a good report through faith, right? Through the emunah, right? Through the pistis, right? Through the credit, persuasion, being persuaded. Because sometimes you can know the truth, but you're not really persuaded of it. You can know something's true, but like, yeah, it's true, but you know what I mean? But when it really persuades you, when you really credit it, you know what I mean? You admit it. Let me bring it out right here, since we're on this, before we just segue into the New Covenant reading, have a little bit of time for hopefully Psalm 87, Zion and Ethiopia, right? The conviction, there we go, being convicted. Are you convicted? Right? Convicted of the truth, right? Concerning the good news, right? They say belief, Rastaman said lie in the middle of belief, but as we study, we can find more firm, word sound. In the New Testament of the conviction, right? Respecting man's relationship, right? Being convicted of what our true relationship, right? In the respect, the reverence, the respect. In the Hebrew sense, the word for religion, Hebraically, is a word that would mean, translated wise, as having reverence, respect, right? Having reverence, respect is like true religion. Reverence, respect, right? Respecting man's relationship to Elohim, to the Creator, and to Elohim's things, to the things of Elohim, right? Generally, with the included idea of trust, right? That's interesting because in Hebrew, emunah, when you study the roots, the Hebrew roots, it comes down to the idea of trust and truth, right? Trustworthy. If it's truthworthy, then it's trustworthy. The idea of trust and holy fervor, born of faith, right? And join with it. So to bring out that sense of peace, you can go into your studies, fidelity, semper fi, always faithful, faithfulness, the character of one who can be relied on, right? The conviction, right? The credence, right? And also as you get into the roots, the sense of credit, right? Constancy, right? The sense of truth, right? The real sense of truth, the faith, truth, right? And all these having obtained a good report through faith, received not the promise, right? And here to end it off with the 40th verse right here, right? A beautiful seal up right here on this theme. Elohim, the creator, the judge, the almighty power, Elohim Ha'ab, even God the Father, having provided some better thing, some better thing, right, for us, for I and I, for we, right, that they who have gone before, right, without us should not be made perfect. This verse here, right, this verse here does read like Paul sometimes, but also read like some of the other apostles. Provided, he has foreseen, right? He has already seen where we're at, right? And provided for us even through the word, right? And his Holy Spirit. So Elohim having provided, right, or foreseen some better thing for us, right? That those who are martyred before I and I, those who have gone through great tribulation, right? That they without us, get that? Without us should not be made perfect. Right? Should not be made perfect. That's a beautiful verse there. Right? That means that we're connected. You know what I mean? We're connected, the connectivity. Yes. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers right here. A little ranking Joe here, Maccabee Bible, and then segue to New Covenant read. Yes, indeed.
How long shall I hide the truth from black people? Yeah. Jah Pickney must know the truth. You can't fool all the youths, because give me the Bible, give me Bible, give me the Bible, original Bible, give me the Bible, rootsman Bible, give me the Bible, the cultural Bible. Send generally, we down the country, we go check Maccabee, we send some sensei. Call Daddy Roy, Charlie and Josie, Papa Briggy, figure praises mighty because we want the Bible, cultural Bible. shall have it down in Babylon. Yeah, give me the Bible, one for me Bible. Give me the Bible, Maccabee Bible, original Bible, cultural Bible, you know, original Bible, no carbon copy, you know. I say you fool black people long time. I say you rob off our language and our culture. I tell black people how you think. Give them all kind of something to drink. Cause give me the Bible, one for me Bible. Give me the Bible, Maccabee Bible. Give me the Bible, one for me Bible. Give me the Bible, original Bible. Black people got to know what to do. A full-time sight of delight. Caught what was eaten from the wise and prudent. Now revealed to the babe and suckling. Wagon but the man, it can't come good or evil. But right now black people, them a sight of delight. Cause give me the Bible, one for me Bible. Give me the Bible, Maccabee Bible. You keep King James Version. Original one, the Bible and the human money one. Teach you how to live and teach you how to think and teach you what to do, right from wrong. Can't take the pressure under wicked Babylon. Take kind away from Africa. Brought us down in the plantation, you know. I miss say whipping and lashing and whipping on our backs. Whipping and lashing, slave driver don't stop. Cause give me the Bible.
Yes, Rastafari. Rastafari in the resurrection, first proclaimer of the Maccabee Bible. A lot of people thought them crazy, but now more people appreciate love when they understand, you know, the lesson, the testing, and the blessing, you know, of the testimony, the good report of the Maccabees. So right here it's the Brit Chadasha.
Shema
Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael. Adonai Elohenu, Adonai Echad.
The man born blind is healed. And Yeshua and Jesus passed by. He saw a man that was blind from his birth. And his disciples asked him, saying, Rebbe, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? Yeshua answered, Neither has this man sinned nor his parents, but that the works of Elohim should be made manifest in him. I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. When he had thus spoken, he spat on the ground and made clay of the spittle, and he anointed the eyes of the blind man with the clay. And he said to him, Go, wash in the pool of Siloam. And that is, by interpretation, sent. He went his way therefore and washed, and came, seeing. Yeshua, Jesus, asserts his deity. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of Livocation, and it was winter. And Yeshua, Jesus, walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. Then came the Jews round about him, and said to him, How long dost thou make us to doubt? If thou be HaMashiach, if thou be the Christ, tell us plainly. Yeshua answered them, I told you, and ye believe not. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. But ye believe not, because ye are not of my sheep. As I said to you, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. And I give to them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. My Father, who gave them to me, is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one. Then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. Yeshua answered them, many good works have I shewed you from my Father. For what of those works do ye stone me? The Jews answered him, saying, For a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, maketh thyself Elohim. Yeshua answered them, Is it not written in your law, I said, Ye are Elohim? If ye call them Elohim, to whom the word of Elohim came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him, whom the Father has sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said, I am Bein Ha Elohim, because I said, I am the Son of God. If I do not the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though ye believe me not, believe the works, that ye may know and believe that the Father is in me and I in him. Therefore they sought again to take him, but he escaped out of their hand.
Yes. Hanukkah Sameach, Shabbat Shalom, y'all. It's Psalm 87, the Zion Zion Psalm. With Ethiopia, this man born there song. I'd like to touch on it right here, as we're going into day 7 and the Shabbat day. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Again.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, so Psalm 87, we touched on that in a couple of days. It came up a few times. Check out the mighty Ethiopians right here. Are you not as the children of the Ethiopians?
Rastafari, King Selassie is well to be praised. His foundation is in a holy mountain. The love, the gate of Zion, mother, and the dwelling of Jacob. Glorious things has been spoken in the city of God. I make mention to read about Babylon, to them know about I. The old Philistine entire Ethiopian shall be said, that this man shall born here, and the highest himself shall establish here. Jah Rastafari, Selassie, the first and forever.
Right here. This verse. What does this verse mean?
With Ethiopia, this man was born there. Babylon, to them that know me. Of Rahab and Babylon, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. With Ethiopia. This man was born there. With Ethiopia. With Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia. This man was born there. This man was born there. This man was born there. This man was born there.
Psalm 87, verse 4. Here, let's share just a little bit of the Royal Amharic from the Miketz RSS10.6. Native speaker Abraham Chabuda. Where's Chabuda's tune right here? Okay, we have this Royal Amharic. Where's the Amharic right there? Let's get the here it goes right here. Royal Amharic. Check it.
መዝሙር 86 በቅንፍ 87 የቆሬ ልጆች የምስጋና መዝሙር መሰረቶቹ በተቀደሱ ተራሮች ናቸው። ከያዕቆብ ድንኳኖች ይልቅ እግዚአብሔር የጽዮንን ደጆች ይወዳቸዋል። የእግዚአብሔር ከተማ ሆይ ባንቺ የተከበረ ነገር ይባላል። የሚያውቁኝን ረዓብንና ባቢሎንን አስባቸዋለሁ። እነሆ ፍልስጤማውያን ጢሮስም የኢትዮጵያም ሕዝብ እነዚህ በዚያ ተወለዱ። ሰው እናታችንን ጽዮንን ይላል፣ በውስጧም ሰው ተወለደ። እርሱ ራሱም ልዑል መሠረታት። እግዚአብሔር ለሕዝቡ በውስጧም ለተወለዱት አለቆቿ በመጻሕፍት ይነግራቸዋል። ባንቺም የሚኖሩ ሁሉ ደስ እንደሚላቸው ይነግራቸዋል።
Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. Selah. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count, when he writeth up the people, that this man was born there. Selah. As well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee. 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 Springs are in thee.
Lion of Judah. Society.
For his foundation is the holy mountain. Lord God loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of the old city of God, Selah. I must make mention of Rahab and Babylon, and to them that know I hold Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia. This man was born there. Christ himself shall establish her, as well as the singers, and the players upon instruments shall be there. All my springs are there. The Lord God Rastafari highly Selassie the first shall count, when he writeth up the people, that this man was born there. In the society of the rich and the poor and the law, in the society of the rich and the poor and the law, when I hear the I-90, the I-Lake of Jah, hear the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, hear the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. We are in the society of the rich and the poor and the law. When I hear the I-90, the I-Lake of Jah, hear the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Today's daily Psalm, Psalm 87, Psalm 87. This is it.
Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews after the order of Melchizedek.
Psalm 87.
מזמור פ"ז לבני קורח מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר.
His foundation is in the holy mountains, the holy mountains, the holy mountains, the holy mountains, the holy mountains.
יסודתו בהררי קודש, 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 קודש.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains, 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 mountains.
בהררי, 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 קודש, קודש. קודש. אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains, 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 mountains.
אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob.
מכל משכנות יעקב, 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 יעקב.
His foundation is in the holy mountains. Mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains, the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God, God Selah, God Selah. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, 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 with Ethiopia. This man was born there, born there, born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count, when he writeth up the people, that this man was born there. Selah, 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 Selah. As well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee, 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 springs are in thee.
Who have eyes to see, let them see. Who have ears to hear, let them hear, yeah. His foundation is in the holy mountain. The Lord loveth the gate of Zion more than the dwelling place of Jacob. Glorious things have been spoken to thee, O city of God. I will make mention and rubies unto Babylon. Behold, Philippians, the strife of Ethiopia, that this man will born there. And of Zion it shall be said that this man and that man were born there. And his eyes shall himself establish there. Yeah. The Lord shall count when he wrote up his people, that this man were born there, Selah. As well as singers and players and instruments shall be there. Singers and players and instruments shall be there. All ice springs are in thee, yeah. His foundation is in the holy mountain. The Lord God loveth the gate of Zion more than the dwelling place of Jacob, yeah. Glorious things have been spoken to the whole city of God, yeah. I will make mention and rubies unto Babylon, the old Philippian, the tribe of Ethiopia, that this man will born here. Yeah. And of Zion it shall be said that this man and that man were born here, yeah. The eyes shall establish here. The Lord shall count when he wrote up his people that this man were born there, yeah. That this man were born there, yeah. As well as singers and players and instruments shall be there. I and I spring are there, yeah. Yeah. The Lord loved the gate of Zion more than dwelling place of Jacob. Glorious things have been spoken to the old city of God. I will make mansion and rubies unto Babylon. The old Philippian, the tribe of Ethiopia, that this man was born here. Yeah. Say for my black star liner coming in the harbor, that this a man was a bandit.
Yes. Classic Prince Far Eye. May his memory be a blessing for a blessing. Prince Far Eye. Psalm 87 right there. Prince Far Eye. Psalm 87. Prince Far Eye. May his memory be a baraka, a blessing. So right here, we have Psalm 87. Psalm 87. So I think we touched on two key points on the mother and the father side, the queen of the south, the queen of Sheba, yeah, and also this man was born there. Let's go over the basics right here of this psalm here, beautiful psalm here in the season, reason for the season right here, Psalm 87.
Shalom, Chavarim, shalom. Today's daily psalm. Pei Zain, Pei Zain, or Fei Zain, the 87th psalm. Psalm LXXXVII, the 87th psalm from the Sefer of Tehillim, from the Psalter, which is a theme of Zion, the world center, Zion. Even the African Zion, the world's center. Today's daily psalm. It's lickle, but it's talawa. Tinishkin, tilik. Yes, small but very great. The pain, pay zain, fei zain, the 87th. Livnei korach, mizmor shir. Libnei korach, Livnei Korach Mizmor Shir, a song of the sons of Korach. Yesudato Biharei Kodesh, his foundation is in the holy mountains. Yesudato be Harei Kodesh, Zion, the world center. Today's daily psalm is really, really very precious. It's a precious gem. It's prophetic as well. We have spoken and revealed that which Jah's spirit and the truth and the word and the available evidence has allowed I to. And so I would recommend ones checking out Psalm 87.
And check out this right here. So Hara, that was an audible right there, but let's go through this right here. Zion, previous record, but right here live. Sion, Zion. So what and where is Zion? Now, like we said, this is not the ism. We're not talking about the ism, not talking about Zionism. Right? We have to know what and where is Zion according to the scripture. Because this psalm is very important. The psalm is themed Sion, Zion, the world center or the center. Right, the center of our world. It says, what's that verse they be saying about, for you so love the world. You know what I mean? What does world mean? His world, the world center. So this brief poem is it's remarkable here in the Psalter. Its tone and its outlook, right? Its character is prophetic in the sense that it proclaims a expectation of a universal kingdom. So what we have here in Psalm 87, Mizmor Fei Zain, Hebraically Fei Zain, some might say Pei Zain, Psalm LXXXVII, Psalm 87, Zion, Sion, the world center, one of the themes right here. So what and where? What is Mount Sion? What is the biblical meaning of Zion? But what is the true meaning of Zion? Now, as we mentioned before, keeping it simple right here, basic, right? When they say church and state in geopolitical terms, Sion is the sanctuary, represents the sanctuary, the Ark of the Covenant connection with David, and also with David, the Davidic monarchy. So the monarchy, David would never lack a man to sit on his throne, and also with the Ark of the Covenant. As we study what and where is Zion based on what the scripture says, Sion, that was the castle of David, and also the city of David was referred to as being Sion. And so therefore it's connected with the kingdom, right? The kingdom or the monarchy right, as well as the sanctuary. So like the monarchy, the key of Sion is the monarchy, right, and the sanctuary and the monarchy. That's the key of Sion. Real Zion, the real world, not the ism, not the schism, not fables, dangerous, but real fables, but the real, right? What is Zion? So where will we find Zion? Right? Some people might think it's just a localized place, right? But as you study the word in the spirit and the truth, as Yeshua, transferred those things that were, like with the rites and the rituals, right? To a higher sense when he said, like, as they did in old times, they focus more on the letter of the law, but focusing on the spirit of it. This is why we pause it right here on Hara, right? Let's bring it out right here. Hara, right? So this is the first verse right here, right? Zion, the world center. Let's see if we can kind of set this up right here so we can go through this. It's a small psalm, 7 verses. And we're coming up to the seventh day. Look at that right here. Just an interesting correspondence. So here, to get an overview. So this is an overview right here. The Aleph verse right here. The first verse here and the overview. Here it says a psalm. The word or, the italicized word is not there. So it's a psalm, a song for the sons of Korah. His foundation in the holy mountains. Let's hit the note right there. For the sons, Li B'nai, Livnei, Korah, Li B'nai. For the B'nai, we say B'nai Yisrael, sons of Israel, children of Israel. For the sons, the children, sons of Korah. This psalm, a Korahite. So this is a Korahite psalm right here. So we have Zion as the theme, a universal kingdom, right? With Sion, with Zion as its center, its metropolis, so to speak. It is an amplification of what we have in Psalm 86, verse 9. Did you know that this psalm here is an amplification of what we have in Psalm 86, which verse? Verse 9. Let's go at it like this right here so we can get to the verse a little easier. Verse 9. There we go. All nations whom thou hast made. You see that? All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship and prostrate before thee. Adonai, O Adonai, and shall glorify thy name. So this psalm here, right, Psalm 87, amplified on the previous psalm, right? So the connection in the Sefer Tehillim of the Psalms and their themes. So here we have an amplification, pump up the volume on Psalm 86, verse 9. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Adonai, and shall glorify thy name. And as such, it was placed next in order. So many of us and others who have studied this, we can see the connection, as we study the Psalms. This is the main theme, right? This verse right here. And then we pick up with the Psalm following, Mizmor Fe Zain, and we see it being amplified, being brought out. The mention of Babylon. So here, let's get to this psalm right here. We have the mention of Babylon right here, verse 4. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Does anybody know what is Rahab? What's Rahab? What's a Rahab? You think it's Rahab? No, not Rahab, not the Canaanite woman within the Joshua narrative. Not that. No, Rahab, and Babylon. But notice the verse. It says, "I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me." To them that what? That know me. Do you know me, homie? You know me, homie? That know me. All right. So if you don't know he who be who he be, then the mention won't make it any real sense. You won't get the real thing. So it says, I will make mention of Rahab. So Rahab, let's bring it out right here. Rahab, right? A couple key points right here because it comes up elsewhere. Rahab, like Rahab, here BDB defines it as breath, like with breath. But here, more better, storm, arrogance, but only as names. Some say if you study the ancient writings of the ancient world, right? Some define it as a mythical sea monster. But in the sense that we as the Hebrews and in the scripts utilize this terminology, It's an emblematic name for Mitzrayim, for Mizraim, for Mitzrayim, for the Semai Tawi, for so-called ancient Egypt, right? Let's go down here to Strong's. Rahab. This is a better sense here. Rahab like as a boaster, like somebody who's like stormy but arrogant, but a boaster. This is the epitaph of Kemet or Mitzrayim, right? But let's go to the roots right here. Let's go to the roots. So we have Rahab means pride. Rahab, right? Pride, blusterer, right? But sense of storm, arrogance. This is similar to. Let's go down to the very. Okay, now here's the verb. Here's the verb right here: to behave proudly, to act stormily, or boisterously, or arrogantly, to act insolently, to storm against, to beset, right? Importune, right? To alarm, disturb, to urge. Yeah, there we go. To urge severely, to urge, to importune, embolden, capture, act insolently. So this is basically speaking right here of a Hebraic kind of Yehudi to kind of like how we have names for things. Sometimes we call something other people, who are not like from our hood or our clique, or those who are in the same way of referring to things. So the Hebrew referred to Rahab in this sense as Mitzrayim, Egypt. So I'll make mention of Egypt and Babylon, but here it uses this Hebrew metaphor, Rahab, and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia, right? Philistines, kind of a loose connection politically today to the Palestinian, and Tyre, right? One of the seaports over there. But then it says, with Ethiopia, this was born there. Now it has man there, but actually in the Hebrew, there's no word for man. It says Zeh Yulad Sham. It says Zeh. It says like this, right? It doesn't say this man, this man, this God, this Messiah, this, it just says this, right? This man, yes, but somewhat more than man. This was born there. Im Kush Zeh Yulad Sham. But notice the flow of it. It says, and of Zion, Sion, right? Right after mentioning with Ethiopia, this of Cush, right? This was born there. And of Sion, Zion, it shall be said that this and that man. Check it out right there. So there's this man, and then from that man, there's this and that man was born in her, the highest. The highest here is the Most High, Elyon. Some of the Israelites, brother Israelites don't get this quite right. They'll say like the Most High. Yes, the Most High, God the Father is the highest, but also the Davidic King is the Most High, right? I know people say, "Oh, that's blasphemy." They're doing the same thing, right? Right, Father, right? Of the Davidic kings, if you read the Torah and you study it, is Elyon. It uses the word Elyon, the same word for Most High. The Davidic king is Most High above the other monarchs and kings. So in the realm of kingship, the Davidic king is Most High, right? As well as Yisrael, Israel, in proper covenant keeping, according to Torah, is higher than the other nations. And that's a translation. But in the Hebrew, it uses the same noun, Elyon, right? It say El Elyon, right? And also in the Brit Kadasha, Yeshua is called Prince, not King of Kings. He is Lord of Lords, right? But he's called Prince of the kings of the earth. Reading that from the Hebrew perspective, Arkan in the Greek is Elyon. So he is Elyon. So Yeshua is Elyon, right? He is Elyon of the kings of the earth. You know what I'm saying? And the Davidic king is Elyon, right? Above the monarchs, right? So this word right here, notice this, so it says the highest, or the Most High himself, right? Which can imply a Davidic king, right? And if it implies a Davidic king, then behind that truly anointed Davidic king is, right, Yahweh Eloheinu, is Elohim Ha'ah, right? Himself shall establish her. Shall establish who's her? It's Zion. Remember that Zion in the scriptures has a twofold application Hebraically. One is to the kingdom, right? The monarchy and the kingdom that was promised to David, right? It says David would never lack a man to sit on his throne, right? And then David brought the ark, right, to Sion, to Zion. And then that became both we could say a political or the kingdom government center, and also it became a worship, right, and a praise. Like some people say, a really just center, right? So those twofold come into one in Sion, right? The Ark of the Covenant and the Davidic monarchy, right? That's the key there. That's why it says this and that man was born in her, and Elyon, the highest, himself, the most high, right? Which it can be referring, right, to our high priest, right? Yeshua, right? He is the highest, right? And it can be referring to our Davidic king, right? The Davidic king is Elyon as well, right? Or, what's it? I and the Father is one. And it says Yahweh shall count. Notice what's going on in this psalm. He shall count when he writeth up the people. It's almost like coming out of Babylon, a gathering. This is what we find in this psalm right here. The language of the psalm. What's the picture that comes to mind? What are they saying? Like if this was like so-called animated, what would be going on? Right? Yahweh shall count. Right? He who he be, Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people. Right? That this, right? Now there you see in verse 6 where it says that this man, the word that and man is not there. So in the Hebrew it says this was born there. So even here it's using the same language as above. Ze, right? Ze, right? Yulad Sham, Selah. Ze, Yulad Sham. So we have Ze, Yulad Sham in verse 6, almost like a chorus line. And with Ethiopia, Im Kush, Zeh, this, Yulad Sham. Yulad was born, right? Sham was born there. Selah, right? And then here it ends. As well as the singers, as the players on instruments, all my springs in thee. All my springs in thee. So this psalm is a very, very interesting. It's kind of an overlooked psalm, right? But it has much there. So the mention of Babylon, right, it suggests a date for its composition after the return of the captivity. So when we look at this particular verse right here, right, the mention that we have here of Babylon, right, this right here suggests a date for its composition after the return from captivity. This is the period to that some of the glowing prophecies that we have in Isaiah. So when you look in Yeshaya, right, even before the captivity gave prophecies that after the captivities they reflected on, said, chant, Yahweh was with Yeshaya, Isaiah, chapter 40, right, chapter 40, and Zechariah, and the prophet Zechariah as well. During the Hanukkah time, also the Zechariah, the part about Zerubbabel and the high priest Yehoshua and the menorah, the lampstand, that's a read during this time as well, Zechariah. With that, the psalm, the Mizmor, has many affinities. The psalmist who wrote this psalm, right, based on what we have here, was an idealist, right? There's an ideal. There's that perfect pattern, that ideal of the highest order. His central and foremost thought is of Yahweh Eloheinu, of Elohim, who made all men and who will in his own time draw all men to him, whether it's for reward and blessing, right? Or whether it's for, judgment and damnation, however it be, the all fatherhood of Elohim, the all fatherhood of God is an eternal fact that demands the brotherhood of man, right? So the fatherhood of God. So in Psalm 87, we have the key themes, like with the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, the Constitution, the aims, right, and objects, right? The fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, right? Fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man contained in this psalm. Elohim is true to himself, right? The fact is that Elohim, right? Elohim Ha'av, God the Father, he is true to himself, but man, right? However, man are not true to themselves, right? Nevertheless, the psalmist, with his kind of a sublime, right, outlook, the vision here is of a time, sometime from the psalm time, in a future time, of world history when, irrespective of so-called nationality, right, humanity will come to themselves and therefore to Elohim. But firstly, foremostly, it's about Yisrael. You see what I'm saying? It's about Yisrael because see, you look at the context of it, right? Even in the earlier verses over here. Let's bring this up right here, right? A psalm, a song for the sons of Korah, right? His foundation, the holy mountain. Yahweh loves the gates of what? The gates of Sion, of Zion, right? The gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Yaakov. Even in the first proclaimers of Rastafari, the elders, right? Um, the honorable elders, give them double honors. They mentioned about how Ethiopia was referred to as the gates. Kind of an interesting way, the gates. People say Zion today, but really they said as the gates. Were they linking this psalm? Was this psalm being linked? Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Yaakov. We touched on this even earlier in the Shabua and even in the previous Torah portion, right? Where we're going through like Jacob's family and now we're into the brothers and Joseph, right? But Jacob had many places, many spots he was dwelling at, right? But until he got to the sojournings, the land of his father's sojournings, when he got there, he's more established. It says, glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of Elohim, O city of God. So what do we have here, right? Sometime in a future event horizon of world history, right, there would be, right, that regathering of Yisrael, right, and thus there will be a stabilization of the world, of the Beta Israelites. When we finally, fulfill, what is an ongoing resurrection, right, regeneration, right, the regeneration following the Son of Man, in the regeneration. So right here, this psalm here, a beautiful psalm. Let's just, go through a couple of the verses here. Let's just maybe do the whole thing, right? Let's go right here, verse 1. Let's get right in it, right? Verse 1. Want to give you an overview right there. Let's go to verse 1. Sometimes we go into this right here. Another commentary, the city of the new birth of the nations. Interesting right there. All right. Hopefully we'll get a chance. Oh, wow, this is interesting. We just noted here, the Hebrew Trinity right here. The threefold Yulad here corresponds to the threefold Zeh in that passage, right? So they're pointing out a key connection with Yeshaya, Isaiah 44 and 5. As to the rest, right, of this psalm right here, they say Isaiah chapter 45 is the key. What's chapter 4? You see how the Israelite connection? It seems as though like within the notes, the commentary, it was kind of generalized. But as we get deeper into the study, we find that it's more specific, right, to Yisrael, right, to Yisrael, to I and I, once lost now found. So one shall say, I am Yahweh's, right? And another shall call, right, by the name of Yaakov. The word himself is not there, shall call. The context is himself, but literally himself is not in the Hebrew verse, right? By the name of Yaakov. And another shall subscribe, right? His hand to Yahweh, like lifting up the hand to Yah, right? Is like is symbolic, right? Of like a covenant, right? Lifting up his hand. It's like, in ancient time, they might have said swearing, but it's like affirming, right? Your hand. Like of prayer and worship, we use our hands, right? Or even confession, our hands. And surname, right? By the name of Yisrael. So here, speaking of a future time, right? A regathering, right? Of the outcasts that had been cast out into the nations, right? The Israelites are scattered, right? Lost sheep, as Moshiach Rabbeinu says, the lost sheep, right? Of the house of Israel. So here, we just noticed something right here. It says that within the passage, right? Like we have in the Psalm, there's a threefold use of Yulad, right? To say that he was born, right? He was born, right? It says Zeh Yulad Sham, that he was born there, right? The connection with Ethiopia, and then the other outcasts, right? They were born there, right? So even though we wasn't born literally there, right? But because Father has called us, it's like Zion becomes almost like the mother on a certain level, like Jerusalem. We say Jerusalem from above. So the threefold use, a trinity use of Yulad, right? That corresponds to the Zeh. Zeh means this male, like that Zeh, like this male, right? And since Rahab and Babylon as the foremost worldly powers, so it's talking about world powers, right? A time of world powers like to Egypt and to Babylon are mentioned first among the peoples who come into the congregation of Yahweh, coming out of Egypt. Now, this is interesting because the Yehudi, the Judeans, the Judahites, were in Egypt, right, during the times, right, after the Babylonian captivity. It was in Egypt, right? And some still remain out in Babylon, right? As the foremost worldly powers are mentioned first among the peoples, right? The lost sheep, we can say. And since the prospect of the poet has molded itself according to a present rich, right, and promise and carrying such a future in its bosom. So it's almost like this song of the sons of Korah, right here. It's like they were choirsters. They were like the singers, the Levitical singers. That it's interesting because Dawid also is responsible for the appointment of many of the orders of the Levitical musicians and chanters, right? So that means that they are still in the style of Dawid. That's the reason why they're in the book of Psalms. So they're not David's Psalms specifically. They are Psalms that relate to the Davidic order of worship that he initiated, he Hanukkah, right, with the bringing of the Ark of the Covenant to Sion. So here, first verse, a song. It's a psalm and it's a song. It's like Isis and it's a song for the sons of Korah, his foundation in the holy mountains. Bring out the Hebrew. Livnei Korah, Mizmor, Shir. It's a Mizmor, it's a psalm, a chant, right? And it's a Shir, right? It's a song. Mizmor Shir. Yesudato, Behare Kodesh. Yesudato. What's Yesudato? Yesuda is from Yesuda. So Yesuda, foundation. Yesudato, his foundation. Yesudato. Yesudato, Harare is in the Harare, is in the mountains of Kodesh. Kodesh. So here we have an interesting word. Where was the son, right? The man child born, right? Where was he born? Right? In Ethiopia. Ethiopia, this man was born there. Well, what part of Ethiopia? Right? Ejasha Gora, right? But what region is that in? That's Harar. Notice the Hebrew word right here, Harar. Harar. Right? So it says Bihare, Bihare, in the mountains. So here's mountain, right? Mountain, right? Like a mountain, but sometimes it can be like a mountain. Hare are like the mountains, like a mountain range, right? That is, right, Kodesh, that is set apart, that is holy, right? Another significant connection with the Israelites of Ethiopia, right here. Not saying that all Ethiopian Israelites, were speaking about the Israelites of Ethiopia. Livnei Korah Mizmor Shir Yisudato Behare Kodesh. What do we have here is foundation. The style of the psalm is oracular and therefore it's terse. So it's like a tight. The verses are tight, right? So the opening, right, the superscription part is Libnei Korah Mizmor Shir. The first verse is actually, proper verse, so to speak, is Yisudato Behare Kodesh, right? It's very brief words. Yisudato Behare Kodesh. Yisudato, his foundation, right? So the meaning is the city that he founded, right? For this thought, the thought behind this is found in the prophet Isaiah chapter 14, verse 32, right? Talmudim, right? Achim, brothers and disciples, and sisters. Those who can take note of this. Check out this verse right here, Isaiah 14:32, for more on his foundations, his foundations, his foundations right here, in the holy mountains, right? The mountains of Zion. These mountains are directly relative and related to Zion, right? Yesudato Behare Kodesh. Jerusalem was said to be situated on a high elevation. We have this in Psalm 48, roundabout Hebraically, verse 3. And even the surrounding hills partook of the sanctity, the set apartness. With that, the city was invested, right? So speaking of, location. Livnei Korach Mizmor Shir, Yesudato, Beharei Kodesh. Here, the Beit verse, the second verse, right? Yahweh loveth the gates of Zion, Zion, more than all the dwellings of Yaakov. Ohev Yahweh Sharei Zion Mikola Mishikanota Yaakov. Ohev Yahweh, Yahweh loves, he loves. Ohev Yahweh, Yahweh loves. He's like the lover, he loves. Ohev Yahweh, right? He who be loves. Sha'arei, he loves the gates. So the word for gates is sha'ar. And we have harar, right? Mountain, harei, mountains. Sha'ar, gate. Sha'arei, mountains. Gates. Sha'arei, gates. Hare. So here we have Sha'arei, Sion, the gates of Sion, the gates of Zion, of Sion. Mikol, from all, Mishikanot Yaakov, from all the Mishikanot of Yaakov, from all the dwellings of Jacob. So in the singular sense, Mishikanot is plural. Mishikanot is plural. Mishkan, singular, is one dwelling place, like the tabernacle in the wilderness was called the Mishkan, right? So Mishikanot are Mishkans, right? Mishkans of Yaakov, of the patriarch Jacob, Yaakov, right? Remember it says in Esdras, right? This present age, right? This world and the world to come, the space is like between Jacob's hand and Esau's foot. But here, he loves the gates of Zion more than every place that, Jacob dwelt in a lot of places. So we have Sha'arei, right? Zion. Some say this is a poetical phrase for the city itself, as we have in Psalm 122, Hebraically the second verse. The psalmist, right, may be thinking or expressing, right, of the gates through that the nations, right, will stream to worship Elohim. And we do see this within Zechariah. This is Zechariah? Yeah, Zechariah. The end of Zechariah that's connected with the tabernacles, where it says that all the nations that fought against Jerusalem, they would have to come up to worship, right? Right? Hamelech, Yahweh, worship the king, he who he be. So right here, to this verse right here, all the dwellings, Meshikanot, all the other towns, some say, in interpretation of this, that's inhabited by Israelites. He loved that spot in Yehuda, in Judah, right? Where David, the Davidic monarchy is, and where the Ark of the Covenant is, right? So we have both in the Psalm a connection with Ethiopia, and we also have in reality a connection with the themes mentioned here in the Psalm, right? So right here, one more time to the next verse. Ohev Yahweh Sharei Sion Mikol Meshikanot Yaakov. Here to the third verse. So this first three verses theme is Sion, the city of Elohim, the city of the true good, the true God. Glorious things, right? Things are spoken of thee, O city of Elohim. Selah, Selah. So here. Heal up, Brother Monteleto. Yeah, I'm going to do that vid on the Selah. It's not really part of Selassie in that sense. I know we do things, but we grow, right? So here. Nikabadot, me dubar bak. Ir ha-Elohim, Selah. Nikabadot Midubar Bak. Nikabadot, glorious things. Kabad, right? That's in the Nephil, right? Says Nikabadot, heavy, honorable things, glorious things, right? Nikabadot Midubar, that which has like been spoken already, like said, Midubar, that from the bar to speak, Midubar, right? Nikabadota Midubar Bak. Glorious things are spoken bak, right? Now, the English translation says of thee, but the Hebrew bak more directly will be in thee, right? And contextually, right, we will be speaking of she, right? In the city, we're speaking of she, right? In the ear, right? The ear, right? Now they have ear over here, but Sion is often referred to in the she sense, right? So glorious things are spoken in thee, to say like in Sion, in Zion, in the holy city. Glorious things within the sanctuary and the monarchy, or the sanctuary and the kingdom, right? Nikabadot Midubar Baka, Ir, right? A city, right? Ir ha-Elohim. Now, Ir means city. Yes, Ir, right? Ir, some say Ayar, but Ir, right? Excitement, anguish, right? In one sense of it. Why does it mean excitement, anguish, right? Or terror? But the secondary entry that's translated here, city, town, because it's a place of waking, it's a guarded place. A place that's guarded, right, is like there's excitement there, right? Remember, there's the watchman, there's on the walls the watchman. Somebody was keeping watch, because any, like to say, any number could play, right? But it's a place that's guarded by a waking or watch, right? That's the sense of the excitement and even anguish, like a city under siege, but even the anguish of making sure, like like the watchman. Can you imagine? Every night, something can happen. Anything could jump off, right? So that's a sense. But in another way of looking at this, right? Or, right? From the ora, the or as in ora, right? Ora, like to rouse oneself, to awake. It's a place of waking and rouse, awaken, right? But here it says Ir ha Elohim. So in simple translation, you could say the city of the true good, the true God, of the Elohim, right? Of the creator, the judge, the almighty power. Or it could be like an awakening, being awakened, even in consciousness, awaken, right? The awakening of the true good, the true God, Ir ha Elohim, the city. Because also in the HD of the Hebrew, right? City, like sometimes you see mountain can represent kingdoms and governments, right? And city can represent, consciousness, right? City, and there's many areas in the scripture where it says he seek a city, Abraham and them, right? The patriarchs and them, they saw the city, right? Whose foundation, right? The foundation is Elohim, right? So this is the sense of city of God, the consciousness, the awakening of the true good, the true God, Ir ha Elohim. Nikabadota midubar bak. That would explain the first part. Glorious things are spoken in thee, right? In thee, where the ark is, where the Davidic monarchy is, right? The glorious things, referring to the prophetic utterances, right? The prophecy, what the prophet eyes see and saw, such as we have in Yeshaya. Remember Isaiah chapter 2, verse 3? It says, out of Zion shall go forth the law. Out of what? Zion shall go forth ha-Torah, the Orit, the Torah. Out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem, and the word of Jehovah from Jerusalem, right? Jerusalem, the city, the air, the atmosphere, right, of peace, right? Peace with God, peace with man. Also, Jerusalem, the teaching, the twofold teaching of peace, the teaching of Torah, the teaching of peace, right there. That's why it says, out of Sion shall go forth ha-Torah, and the word of Yahweh, right? The word made flesh, the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem, the city, Ir ha Elohim, the city selected by him as his abode, right? Where he dwells, where he abides, right? This is also reflected in Psalm 47 and 5, and also in Psalm 48, roundabout verse 2, Hebraically. So once again, Nikabadot Medubar Ba Ke'er Ha-Elohim Selah. Selah, intermissa, like a pause, almost like a pause. Like in music, it could be take the volume down. You could say Selah and reduce the sound, or you can like go to the bridge. But it's almost like a meditative moment, like Selah. Like let's meditate on this verse, the verse being so powerful, or having, a baraka in it. It has a blessing in it. So here we go. What we was talking about before, Rahab is a poetical name for Egypt. And then we have Cush, right? Cush. Now here they say that is the Upper Nile region, right? Cush, Ethiopia, Cush. So let's go to this verse. So here we're at the fourth verse. Now the first 3 verses speak about Zion, the consciousness of Ha Elohim, the city of Ha Elohim, Elohim. Here, verse 4, the Dalet verse, Pasuk Dalet. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre. Look and see, Philistia, right? The Palestinians, Philistia, and Tyre, with Ethiopia, this was born there. Notice that when His Majesty, when the Italian, right, the Italian war, the Roman war against Ethiopia, the Italian war, right, against Ethiopia, that when he went into exile as Dawit and the Davidic kings sometimes may have to do, the first place he went was, they call it Palestine, Philistia, right, and Tyre, with Ethiopia, that this was born there. Bring out the Hebrew right here. Azakir Rahabu Bavel, Le Yodaya, Hine Philishet, with Sor Im Kush Ze Yulal Sham. Here, Azakir, I will make mention, Azakir. So Zakar is to remember, Azakir is to make mention. So you make mention of something so that that can be remembered, right? But Zakar, right? Zakar, to remember, Azakir, I will mention Rahab Babel, right? Rahab, Egypt, Babel, right? Babylon. So remember that there were Yehudi communities, strong communities in Egypt, right? Especially in the BC times and even leading into the AD times, and also in Babel, right? In Babel, in Babylon, right? So see the connection. Azkir Rahabu Babel le Yodai, to those who yada I. Those who yada I, who know I, le yoda I, those who know I, right? Hine, look and see, Phileshet, right? The Peleshet were the sea peoples, the Peleshet, right? The original so-called Palestinians, right, were the sea peoples, right? According to the name, the Peleshet, right? With Sor and Tyre, right? Im with Cush, or Ethiopia, Im Cush, with Cush, Zeh, this, you lied, he who was born, Sham, there, Zeh, you lied, Sham. So here, we have this verse right here. What do we have? Now here, we enter into the second section of this short, little, but very powerful psalm, verses 4 to 6, right? 4 to 6. Zion, as the metropolis, the focus place of the kingdom of Elohim, of the Malkut Elohim, of the kingdom of God, right? The Malkut Elohim. So the speaker here in this verse, right, is taken to be Hashem, it's taken to be Elohim, right? Announcing that the powerful nations, such as Rahab, Egypt, right? Even in the time of Alexander the Greek and all that, and even Babylon, right? These powerful nations that had warred against Israel, that had warred against the Beta Israelites, will be enrolled, some say, as citizens of Zion. Now, we disagree with the import there, right? Rather, that from these nations, right, we have communities and people scattered and dispersed, right, in Egypt. It's like in the New Testament, talk about spiritual Egypt, right? To spiritual Egypt, right? Right? Sodom and, Egypt, where our Lord was crucified, and Babylon. Notice we have both of these right there in Revelation, right? Revelation reveals the truth, right? Rahab and Babylon, right? So the exiled Israelites, right, and Judahites and other scattered, right, Israelites and Judahites in these cities would be gathered, right? Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, right? But now it singles out Ethiopia distinctly by saying with Ethiopia that this was born there, right? So let's pick up the trail right here. Rahab is a poetical name for Mizraim, right? It means haughty, right? Haughty. Rahab means haughty, right? Storm, arrogance, boom, 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 boaster, right? Rahab, the boaster or haughty, right? The haughty one, the arrogant one, right? This was a name in ancient times of certain sea monsters, right? In an ancient tale, an ancient writing and belief of the people, ancient myth. To that, the country is said that ancient Mizraim from certain ancient sources was likened, right? According to Isaiah chapter 51 and 9. All right, because this is an important point here. We go here just briefly. Isaiah chapter 51, right? 51 and 9. Here we go, 51 and 9. All right, let's get the verse. Get the verse. Here it says, awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of Yahweh, awake, Ora, Ora, as in the ancient days, in the generations of old. Thou not, is it not the I that have cut Rahab, wounded the dragon? This is a good one here for the whole Gerd Dam. Ethiopia going through these things, the Gerd Dam and the Egyptians, and they're trying to claim ownership, just like it says in the prophecy, right? The Egyptians, even these latter day, Ottoman, Turkish, Edomite, Arabs. You know what I'm saying? Ottoman, Turkish, Edomite, Arab, right? Ottoman, Turkish, Edomite, Arabs. OT. Okay, OT. Here we go. Here's the verse. Right? Ori, Ori. Awake, awake. Speaking to she. Ori, Ori. Ori, Ori. Speaking to she. Ori. So if you say like to a woman, Ori, Ori. Ori, Ori. Ori, Ori. Like wake up, right? Awake. Ori, Ori. Or be on foot, be on alert. Right? Ori, Ori. Live she, Oz. And like dress in strength, dress in oz, leave she oz. Zeroah, Yahweh, the arm of Yahweh. So the arm Zeroah, right? The arm is feminine in Hebrew, right? Zeroah. So the arm, she, of he who be who he be. Zeroah, Yahweh, Ori, awake, ki make Edom. Awake as like in the first times, like in the days of the Kedem, right? Like in the days of the Kedem, right? Let's bring this out, the days of the Kedem, right? What are the Kedem is the ancient time, Kedemawi, right? The ancient times, right? The East, the context here is of the ancient times. But more correctly, it'll be like of the first time. Let me say Kedemawi, Haile Selassie, the Kedem, the first times, as in the ancient days or as in the first days, the early days. Let's get to the verse right here. Ori, Ori, leave she all Zeroah, Yahweh, Ori, ki me kedem dorota olamim. Halo at he ha machzebet rahab me choleleta tanin. And so these two questions here. So this is an interesting verse here because here, this chant here in Yeshaya is like a chant to the arm of Yahweh. It's like speaking to the arm of Yahweh. But speaking to the arm of Yahweh is like speaking to she, right? Zeroah Yahweh. So it's saying to the arm of Yahweh to like wake up, right? Basically saying to Yahweh to strike, right? Strike these enemies. Ori, Ori, wake up, right? Leave she, Oz. Gird yourself, like put on, clothe yourself in strength. Zeroah Yahweh, arm of he who be who he be. Ori, wake up. Ki me kedem, as the days of the kedem, as the days of the first times, the ancient times. Dorot, the generations, olamim, as the generations of long ago, or olamim can be like the eternal generations, right? Halo, right? the generations of the universe, and said olamim, olamim. We use that for universe. Olam, olamim, right? Dorot, olamim, right? Halo, is it not? Halo, lo means no. Ha before the lo would imply, is it not? Halo, halo at he, are not you she, are not you she? Halo at he, at is the pronoun speaking to a woman, at, for man, ata, 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 at and ata, but here's at, he. So at, you, he, she, right? Hello, at he, are not you, she, right? Ha machzevet, ha machzevet, are not you who are the cutter, the machzevet, you're the machzevet of Rahab, you're the cutter of Egypt, you're the cutter of Rahab, mecholelet, right? And you are the wounder, the one who wounds. Mecholelet, tanin. You're the wounder of the tanin, the creature. It's actually a creature, but in the context here, they call it dragon or sea monster, the tanin, tanin, right? A dragon, a serpent, a sea monster. It kind of applies to a couple of different words, even to a jackal, right? It's like a creature. It's like some kind of creature, right? But be that as it may, this verse right here connects the Rahab. Are you not the Machsevet, the one who chaseb, who digs out, who cleaves, who cuts? Almost like a mason will quarry, almost like quarrying stones, right? Are you not the cutter in that sense? It was cut Rahab, almost like a cutter will cut stones, right? Are you not the one who wounds, mecholalet, causes to halal, you profane, you desecrate? But in a more emphatic sense, it can be like to wound, right? There we go, the secondary sense, to wound fatally. Mecholalet tanin, you wound the monster, right? Like Babylon's a monster. You wound the monster. So right there. Just one more time. Love this verse here. Ori lipshi oz. Zeroa Yahweh Oriya Kimeya Edem Dorota Olamim. Halo Ati Ha Machseveta Rahab Mecholeleta Tanin. Here. There's a word we wanted to bring out, Zeroa. So you see Zeroa, right? You see it's a noun feminine. That's the word for arm, right? So the arm, so it's like speaking to his arm in a sense, right? His arm, right? His strength, his might, symbolized by his arm. As it says in New Covenant, his outstretched arms, right? You got to think about that, right? Think about a new way. So right here, the sea monster, ancient myth, the connection there with Isaiah 51 and 9, and Babylon, even the nation that had destroyed Jerusalem, right, and the temple. From that nation, right, will come a remnant, right, even from the Babylon, right, Babel. Remember when they returned from the captivity, not all the Israelites did. Many of them, they got comfortable in Babylon, right? Leo da'ai, those that know I, those that know I, yo da'ai, those that know I. Those that acknowledge me, the sense of the Hebrew, acknowledge me as Elyon, as the highest, and serve me, right? Then we have Peleshet, right? Peleshet, the land of sojourners. This is where the word Philistia and Palestine come from the sea peoples. You can read about them in ancient Egypt, the sea peoples, right? You see right there the general territory on the western coast, right? Not all of the land, but the little coastline where Gaza is like, right, of Canaan, or the entire country. Well, that's how they stretched it in the Roman times. But it means a migrant, somebody who migrated there, right? So you see the connection with Palestinia, Palestine, Philistia, Philistines. But in the Hebrew, it's Peleshet. Similar to the Egyptians. The Egyptians also knew them as the Peleshet, right? Be that as it may, entire. Tyre or Sor. Sor literally means a rock, but it was a Phoenician or Canaanite city, right, that was on the coast, right? The Canaanite city of the coast, right? So even these two right there, coupled, right? We have it also in Psalm 83, Hebraically round about verse 8. These were antagonists, right? These were antagonists, right, to Yisrael. Now you have Ethiopia. It's interesting right here because here in the note, I got to go here and just share this with y'all. I'm curious about it. I don't know if I probably did go here, but I don't recall it right now. Isaiah 18 and 7. Isaiah 18 and 7. Let's go to Isaiah 18 and 7. Here we go. It says right here, what does it say right here? In that time shall the present be brought to Yahweh Sabaoth, to Yahweh of hosts of armies, of a people scattered and peeled, and from a people terrible from their beginning hitherto. A nation meted out and trodden underfoot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, to the place of the name of Yahweh Sabaoth, the Mount Sion. Mount Zion. So there's an Ethiopian connection here. But the translation is kind of horrible, right? When you know what the Hebrew has. Let's go over here for a moment. It says, Ba'eta hahia yubal shai la Yahweh ba'ota me'am me mushaka ua morata ua me'am nora mino hua wa hala goy kau u me busa ashera bazu ne harima arso illa mikom shem Yahweh Sebaot har Sion. Yeah, that's not the English. Let me look at this here. This is actually much better, according to what the Hebrew has. At that time, tribute will be brought to Yahweh. It says of heavenly armies, but basically of hosts, right? Of armies, right? Yahweh Sabaoth, right? Has no relation to Sabbath. Sabaoth, no relation to Shabbat, just to make that point. But at that time, tribute shall be brought to Yahweh Sabaoth from a tall and smooth-skinned people. What? A tall and smooth-skinned people, from a people feared or respected far and wide. Speaking about the Ethiopian, a nation that metes out punishment. Speaking about the ancient Ethiopians here, a nation that metes out punishment and oppresses or downpresses, whose land the rivers divide to Mount Sion. So coming from like Ethiopia region to Har Sion, the place that bears the name of Yahweh, the place that bears the name of He who be, who He be. Let's scroll down here and see if some of the other translation. Look at this right here, right? Let me scan over it. Yeah, it matches more better what the Hebrew says. At that time, tribute will be brought to Yahweh who commands armies, or Yahweh Sabaoth, by a people that are tall and smooth-skinned, a people that are feared, that are respected far and wide, a nation strong and victorious, whose land rivers divide. The tribute will be brought to the place where Yahweh Sabaoth, He who be, who commands armies, has chosen to place. So where He has chosen. So if you say, well, He's going to be over there, notice it says that He will choose where He want to reside, right? Whether up north, right, in the Levant, or down south, right, in Judah land, right, on Mount Sion, on Mount Zion. All right, so right here. You see how the other translations bringing out, right? How the other translations bringing out. Let's go over here, right? Boom, 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 boom. Look at this one here, right? In that time, a present will be brought to Yahweh of armies, right? From a people tall and smooth, even from a people awesome from their beginning onward, a nation that measures out and treads down, whose land the rivers divide, to the place of the name of Yahweh, right? Of armies, Yahweh Sabaoth, Har Sion, Mount Zion. Let's look at King James Version this one more time. Then we compare translation, right? And then we can go into the Hebrew, but not maybe right now, but just for right now, just to make a note of it. Isaiah 18:7, right? This is a clippable moment, a snip and clip moment here, right? In that time shall the present be brought to Yahweh of hosts, of a people scattered and peeled. You know, it sounds scattered and peeled. It sounds like somebody like chapped, ashy skin or something like that. But it says smooth and tall, you know, and smooth skin, you know, good skin. Ethiopian, are you not as the children of Ethiopia, the mere children of Israel, right? People that say, scattered and peeled, and from a people terrible from the beginning. Now, in all fairness, back in the days when they say terrible, it's like today if you say terrible, it sounds bad. But back in the day, something terrible was like when people say awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Well, back in the days when they say terrible, that meant like awesome, right? From a people terrible or awesome from their beginning hitherto. A nation meted out and trodden underfoot. That's kind of like a little blurry there, right? When we compare it, we compare it to over here where it says a nation, right, that metes out punishment, right, and down presses, right. But then the other one brought it out better where it says to the place. Let's go scroll down here. This one over here. Which one was it? This one right here where it says a people tall and smooth skin. You know what I mean? Scattered and peeled sound like ashy, cracky skin, like you need lotion or something. Like that are tall and smooth skin, a people that are feared, respected far and wide. Right? A nation strong and victorious. Do you see that right there? And we can bring that out of the Hebrew, whose land rivers divide. Right? Look at this one down here. This is even a little bit better. Right? From a people tall and smooth, even from a people awesome, from their beginning onward. A nation that measures out and treads down, whose land the rivers divide, right, to the place of the name of Yahweh of hosts, Har Sion. So here the Zion connection, and also the Ethiopia connection. That's actually talking about Ethiopia. That's why even in the notes for Ethiopia it says included because of the prophecy that we just read right there in Isaiah 18, right, and 7. So notice what it says. This was born there. This was born where? This was born there. Where? Ethiopia or there? Zion, Ethiopia, Zion. Each of the peoples, some say each of the people's name, that there'll be ones and ones, right, that would come out, be called out from these places. That's one interpretation right there. But with Ethiopia, this was born there, right? The connection right there is more intimate, right? This, Zeyulad Sham, in Sion, in Zion, to whose citizenship they will be admitted as fully as if they had been part of the native population. Some notes go like that. Now, some detect in this somewhat of an early rabbinical reasoning that a proselyte is accounted as a newborn child, right? A proselyte or a convert as a newborn child, right? But come out of her, my people. That's a kind of a conversion, especially if it's in spirit and in truth. Once again, this verse here. There's more to this, but let's push it, right? Azakir Rahabu Babel, Leyodai, Hine Philishet, Wisor, Im Kush, Zet Yulad Sham. This was born there. Here the hay verse. Hey, the hay verse. And of Zion, it shall be said, this and that man was born in her. See how the next verse continues the idea of being born in her, right? Even the new covenant says, Jerusalem, Jerusalem from above is our mother. This same sense is connected. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her. And Elyon, the highest, the most high himself, shall establish her. Establish who? Shall establish his Sion, right? So right here, it says, Ua le Sion, and of Zion, Ule Sion, right? Amar, it will be said, Amar, it will be said, Ua le Sion, Amar, Ish with Ish, man and man, Ish with Ish, Yulad Bah, Ish with Ish, man and man was born Baha, in Ha. Man and man was born in her. Ish, the higher man. Actually, it doesn't say Adam with Adam. It says Ish with Ish, right? The higher man. Ish with Ish, Yulad Ba was born in her. With who? And he, Ye koneha. Now, Yekoneha is to establish, and we have a whole reason and teaching on the link of this Hebrew term here with Mekonin. Makanin, some say, but the proper Mekonin. Mekonin in Hebrew, Mekonin in Hebrew means the establisher, right? Yekoneha means that he will establish her. Yekoneha, Yekoneneha. Yekoneneha. But Mekonen in Hebrew is the establisher. Right? So it says, Wahu Yekoneneha Elyon. And he himself will establish her Elyon. And he himself, who is the Most High, who is Elyon, will establish her. Full of full. U'ala Sion Yamar. Ule Siona Yamar. Ish wa Ish Yulad Baha. Wahua Yekoneneha Elyon. So what do we have here? This man and that. This Ish and that Ish. Right? This man and that man. This Ish and that Ish. Right? More idiomatically, senses like everyone. Uses the same kind of language in the Torah as well. Right? Everyone. Not only those enumerated before, but there'll be many ones, right, will be entitled to claim the right of citizenship, right? So those once lost, when they're now found, right, in the true, right, universal Zion, the true Zion, right? Remember the true Zion, Ark of the Covenant, Davidic monarchy, right? So Elyon, the Most High, Elyon, the highest, he will establish right here, Elyon, right? The Most High. Now remember that Most High also applies to Davidic king. He's exalted above other monarchs, right? Doth Yekoneneha does establish her, shall establish her, right? The prayers, right? Elohim establish her, right? The city of Elohim forever. In Psalm 48, Hebraically, the 9th verse, in Psalm 48, from the Hebrew version, the 9th verse, it says that Elohim establish her. Elohim establish it. Speaking of the city of Zion, Elohim establish her forever. Elohim establish it forever. The city of God, the city of God, speaking of the Sion. So this matches, right, this word right here to establish. So the root word is kun, yekonene, ha. He will establish her. Mikonen, right, the establisher, to make her firm, to make her stable, to make her established, right, to make her secure, right, right. David had a son named Solomon, and Solomon had a son named David who reestablished, right, the kingdom of David, you know what I mean, in the mountains, right, Israelites, right. So right here, right, to the next verse. Once again, this verse here, continuing the theme. Ulis Yon Yamar, Ish wa Ish, and of Zion it will be said, of her will be said, Ish and man, Yulad, think of Ish wa Ish, Yulad Ba. Ish wa Ish Yulad, born Ba, in her. Wahu, and he himself, Yekoneneha, he will establish her, Elyon, the Most High. And he himself, the Most High, the highest, none other, will establish her, Yekoneneha. Here to the wild verse right here, right? Get into the next to last verse right here, right? Let's scroll down here. Yahweh shall count. Now it says that Yahweh shall count when he writeth up the people. This was born there. Now it's interesting, the writing, remind me like the book of life, right? Even during the Yom HaKippurim season, the book of life, the writing and revelation, and the books, what Moshe speaks about. But here it says that Yahweh shall count. He's going to count when he writeth up the people. It's interesting because in Revelation, about 144,000. You know what I mean? It's like he's going to count, whether that's the number or another number, but he's going to count, right? This was born there. Now here is like verse 4, right? It doesn't say this man. It just says Zeh Yulad Sham, right? And remember, it's like a 3-3, right? It's a trinity of usage right here because pointing out a meaning. Yahweh Yispor. Yahweh, he who be, Yispor. He will count. Sapar, right? Safar, to count. It can be to count. It can be to tell, to relate, but it's like to give an account. Like to count, to give an account, whether literally count, but also to give an account, to recount, right? In that, all those senses, right? Yahweh Yispor Bia Katob. Yispor Bi Katob. He will count, right? Be katob in writing, right? Be katob in like the write up, right? The katab to write, katob, right? Be katob, right? Amin, peoples. Ze, right? Ze, this, Yulad Sham, that this was born there. This is like almost like a chorus line to verse 4. So it's doubling down and emphasizing with Ethiopia, this was born there. Yahweh Yispora Bikatoba Amin. Ze Yulad Sham Selah. So here we got another interlude, right? That this one was born there. Better shall reckon when he registers. The sense of Yispor, Yahweh Yispor Bikatob. He will reckon when he registers, right? When he takes that account in drawing up the role of citizens, right, of the Malkut Elohim, the kingdom of God, right, the citizens of his kingdom, right, even those who were, right, of alien birth, like born outside, right, will be inscribed because they are Israelites as though born in Zion, as though they were born in Zion. So how Zion will become a centering, right, for the scattered, right, for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Yahweh Yispor Biktob Amin Ze Yulad Sham Selah. Last verse here, the Zion verse. Now this last verse has a theme. The theme right here is universal rejoicing, right? Let's see right here. Keholalim, keholim, keholim, keholalim, keholim. Okay, all right. No, it's the same way. Some manuscript sometimes has has an alternative. Yeah, has alternative read. We'll get into. Let's first just read this one, as well as the singers, right? So he's counting as well as the singers as the players on instruments. All my springs in thee, all my springs in thee. So let's go down here to Tanakh, right here, right? So here it says, with sharim, kecholim, call ma'yanai bak, call ma'yanai bak, call ma'yanai. So the ma'yanai, the Ma'yan, Ma'yano, Ma'yana, Ma'yanai, the springs. All my springs, Bak. All my springs are in thee. Right? Almost like speaking to the city, speaking to Zion, right? Speaking to Zion, right? This ending verse right here. All my springs, right? So the springs, Ma'yan, Ma'yan, right? So here, let's see. So the players, right, singers, as they play their instruments. Let's see right here, the singers on instruments. Okay, so here, in this right here, there's an alternative rendering of this when we look at the Hebrew, right? There's alternative rendering, right? The alternative rendering of this based on the Hebrew is the singers and dancers, right? The singers and dancers, right? So there's the sense of the singers and dancers alike, right? The singers. So we have cholim, right? And we have cholalim, right? The singers and dancers alike, they chant, all my fountains are in thee. So it can be read as, right, the singers, right? The singers and the dancers alike are chanting, right? And what are they chanting and dancing to? The fact that all my springs are in thee. So the last line can be brought out to mean that in Zion, Zion is the sole source of their happiness. And or it may be the opening words, some say, of a song. So that last part there, all my springs in thee, all my springs in thee, call Ma'yanai bak, call Ma'yanai bak, call Ma'yanai bak, right? That these last words could be the words or opening words of a song. Now, dancing was an expression of really just and righteous fervor. We have this in a few Psalms. We have this in Psalm 149. Hebrew at the 3rd verse, and Psalm 150, right? Verse 4. The exact significance of the verse to some is obscure because of the potential double reading of it, right? Whether we read it as ka cholim, or ka cholalim, right? Whether that's the players or the dancers, right? So the exact significance of the verse, some say it may be obscure. However, it would doubtless have been familiar to the psalmists, the readers, and the hearers of the time. It evidently alludes to a time, an era of exaltation and happiness that will be ushered in by the actualization of the ideal, right? That is here as a prophecy, right? That has been set forth in this psalm right here, Psalm 87, today's daily psalm. To this last verse here, where sharim ka cholalim kol mayanai bak. Where sharim ka cholim kol mayanai bak. So the players, on one hand, we get the players, and then on the other hand, we get the dancers, right? There's the players and the dancers. What's going on here? Okay, the pipers, right? The players, the dancers, right? So yeah, right there, they're there. Give thanks, brothers and sisters. Oh wow, yeah. Shabbat shalom, sembet salam. Here for the outro. Let's share what judgment come. Yes.
Psalm 87.
מזמור פ"ז לבני קורח מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר.
His foundation is in the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain.
יסודתו בהררי קודש, 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 קודש.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountain, 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 mountain.
בהררי, 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 קודש, קודש, קודש. אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains, mountains, mountains.
אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob.
מכל משכנות יעקב, 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 יעקב.
His foundation is in the holy mountains, mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountain, the holy mountain. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God, God Selah, God Selah. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountain. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God, Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia. With Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia. This man was born there, born there, born there. And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count, when he writeth up the people, that this man was born there. Selah, 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 Selah. As well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in the springs, 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 are in the springs.
Six days shall thou labor, shall the seventh day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the seventh day take thy rest.
Lion of Judah Society.
Psalm 87.
מזמור פ"ז לבני קורח מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר, מזמור שיר.
His foundation is in the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain, the holy mountain.
יסודתו בהררי קודש, 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 קודש.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains, 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 mountains.
בהררי, 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 בהררי. קודש, קודש, קודש. אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Mountains, 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 mountains.
אוהב אדוני שערי ציון, 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 ציון.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob.
מכל משכנות יעקב, 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 יעקב.
His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob, of Jacob. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains, the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob, dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. God Selah, God Selah. Psalm 87. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. Selah. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia.
עם כוש, עם כוש, עם כוש, עם כוש.
With Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia, with Ethiopia.
עם כוש, עם כוש, עם כוש.
This man was born there, born there, born there.
זה יולד שם, שם, שם.
And of Zion it shall be said, this and that man was born in her, and the highest himself shall establish her. The Lord shall count, when he writeth up the people, that this man was born there. Selah, 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 Selah. As well the singers as the players on instruments shall be there. All my springs are in thee, 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 springs are in thee.
מזמור פ"ז לבני קורח מזמור שיר. יסודתו בהררי קודש. אוהב אדוני שערי ציון מכל משכנות יעקב. נכבדות מדובר בך, עיר האלוהים סלע. אזכיר רהב ובבל, ליודעי, הנה פלשת וצור עם כוש, זה יולד שם. ולציון יאמר, איש ואיש יולד בה, והוא יכונניה העליון. אדוני יספור בכתוב עמים, זה יולד שם סלע. ושרים כחוללים, כל מעייני בך.
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom. Chag Hanukkah Sameach. Shabbat Shalom. Mubarak. A peaceful Sabbath, a blessed one. Here. Also the seventh day of the Hanukkah light, Maccabee fight, the fighting holiday. Keep the light shining. Here. Shalom Chaverim on the outro right here. Peace, friends. Shalom Chaverim. Yeshua Shalom. Hashem Yeshua HaMashiach.
Yeah.
around the world. Love and happiness. Yeah? Yeah, man. Try it on. Love to the heart. Rastafari.
Shabbat Shalom, Chaverim, Mubarak.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.